Alright folks, who's ready for another full day of Rise of the Golden Idol? Made some pretty damn good progress yesterday. Beat the main game from start to finish. Cleared out the pinnacle, and then cleared out the little final bit afterwards, the final clash. And then began and finished the first DLC, Sins of New Wells, and loved it. The DLC series was off to a good start in the following of Roy Sampson. I really want to see more of Roy. I don't even care if it's... Heck, I'd prefer if Roy came back in his post-scrambled state, and part of a future puzzle is having to either be his partner and having to interpret Roy's statements based on the partner's notes that, okay, the pattern of his confusion is like 4-3-1-2, whatever. So you gotta make sure you get his statement in the right order. And you have the, either the glossary of Roy's new vocabulary or examples. That'd be a fun puzzle to come back to. Having to figure out what Roy means when he says XYZ. Kind of like the, kind of like the first part of the raid episode, where he had the three guys that to figure out what the heck are they even talking about, put it in order. They have precedence now. I just want to see Scrambled Roy. Scrambled Roy is like... He's not even like Brainless Randy. Brainless Randy is funny because he's Brainless Randy. Scrambled Roy is fun because Roy actually gets a happy ending at the end of the DLC. His mind is still scrambled, but he still has his job. And he's being accommodated by his partner who understands how to translate the words coming out of Samson's mouth. That's great potential. I want to see that DLC. Hey, don't touch the door. Touch, 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 poke. Welcome to some Rise of the Golden Idol DLC, DTTD. And now we're in the Lemurian Phoenix. We figured out the first episode, in which I figured out which way the sun is coming in the window from, and then completely neglect to adjust which half of the list I'm reading off of. There's always something. A king murdered. And then on to the next. Eternity's end, a spiritual leader meets an unexpected fate. Duties Rota. They have reset as Friday. I see they're following the ISO standard that the week has to start on Monday, and that Saturday and Sunday are both the far end of the week. Whatever, ISO tyranny. Dedicants Nosy, Ratheli, Shanta, excellent work to lately. Universe will surely reward you. Boys, I expect the same output from you as any other dedicant. Raise your standards. We have QRs, KNs, PNs, and so on. Some hoof marks, footprints on a cut rope, chili plant, jasmine plant, mint. Got it. Trowel and a book. Newcomer's Handbook. Gardening duties continued. During the evening you may rest. Cooking duties Morning, make sure serve everyone their own leftovers from the previous evening's meal. So you don't want to be too greedy in the evening, otherwise you get nothing in the morning. That's fine by me. I'm the type of person where if I consume anything, I start eating and don't stop, so I delay my first meal as long as I can so I don't over consume. If I leave no leftovers in the evening and thus have no breakfast, that's fine. I'm still gonna get my full nutrition by dinner anyway. Afternoon. During the afternoon fast, you may take time off to meditate or study. Evening, cook, bless, and serve *, a hearty yet simple meal of spiced rice. When setting the table, remember the longer a dedicant has been here, the closer to the first sentinel's end of the table they have the honor of sitting. Seniority, newbies. You opening the door just to let the cats in? Onyx, you're still wearing your walking harness. Your dad hasn't taken you for a walk yet? What have we got? Antiemetics. Avoid alcohol during usage period, prescribed by Dr. Jolene Prenzi. Homeopathic Solution 104 Moondrift, prescribed by Rattle Krish. Calm and Restore Moisturizer. Clear jojoba oil, jasmine petal paste. Mouthwash, toothbrush. Straight razor. Was pretty fun to learn. Onyx, why are you beating up your brother? Look, you guys want to go back outside? I see you, Onyx. I see you. Come on. Go on out, Onyx. And that's in there. Wash tub has nothing. Giant obelisk. Waterfall Proclamations, December 4, 1912. First Sentinels may not accept donations. They must do away with material goods and wealth. If Tessa's guru was First Sentinel, then she definitely did not adhere to this first proclamation. February 13, 1915. When a First Sentinel dies, his eldest son succeeds him. If the First Sentinel has no sons, there can be no new First Sentinels until another is chosen by the universe to fulfill the ancient prophecy. November 23rd, 1915, in the case of twins, there can be 2 First Sentinels. If there are 2 First Sentinels, and both First Sentinels have sons, then does that make a split of First Sentinel lineages? Sin is no longer to be met with punishment but compassion. The first true Sentinel, First Sentinel Nagasai, will live forever. First true First Sentinel. Oh, somebody's donkey got chopped up here. And poisoned. Goat. Saying goat. Smooth and patch of belly. All frosty at the mouth, pink-eyed. And hello, what do we have here? The lock isn't broken. Oh, this is a cutaway view inside it. So it's all locked in still. 5. Start timer, observe effect. 6. After test, clean equipment and water. Only took 7 minutes to reach stage 1. Another 15 for the full effect. Conclusion, the method works, ready to proceed. Watches, jewelry, money, face cream, skincare, straight razor. An unopened bottle of gin. Were they experimenting on the goat's belly? poisoned the goat for whatever reason. Maybe that is what the start timer observe is about. Chili powder, coriander, cumin, mustard seeds. I thought those were pistachios. Or cashews? Cashews. But it's mustard. Make your rice twice as nice. Wild mix, mint, mustard, coriander. Fresh mix, mint, chili, mustard, ground. Twice as nice by adding your choice of spice. Mild mix, jasmine, coriander, cumin. Earth mix, jasmine, chili, cumin. So we're going to have to figure out who cooked and made what, aren't we? So we find out who the first sentinel seat was, what he was served, and then who had the seating order, right? We have some right-handed, some left-handed. Right, right, right. Right, right, left. So there's one lefty in the group. The first sentinel, I assume. So you sit him in a box, light him on fire, pour some water down. He commands the water to put him out, and then he is reborn, hence the burn mark on his face. Is that how you get the true first sentinel? Friday, today is my son's 25th birthday, making him the same age I was when I fulfilled the ancient prophecy and took on this mantle. Ponsa is concerned that our boys are not worthy of their destinies. I must admit, I am too. Her intuition has developed impressively since she first arrived here. Days before the second proclamation, she has become a fine mother. Saturday, everything is clear now. The waterfall agrees, and the universe has provided a solution that does not contradict any past proclamations. I will reveal the message this evening. Sunday, first thing this morning, before anyone else was awake, I found that our stupid goat escaped again. Must have chewed through his rope last night, but we were all asleep. And he was definitely there when everyone went to bed yesterday. That's because somebody is performing experiments at night on the goat. Bucket filled with vomit. Bubbly vomit. Same as the goat. Seats for who all sits where. I'm going to presuppose, then. They put the rule that the longer the dedicate has been here, the closer the first sentinels at the table they have the honor of sitting. I'm going to presuppose that the first sentinel doesn't sit here, because if he did, he'd have the same meal as a guy over here, and there's only one person who is poisoned. So let's presuppose that the first sentinel enjoyed a solitary menu that is both not the same dish and very likely does not contain the same ingredients. And he's got to sit at the end. He's first sentinel, he gets the end. How is this even possible? After the waterfall's proclamation just the other day. Oh, how will we go on without him? That was you. Don't you see? It's as I've been telling everyone for over a year now. Our father never truly understood the waterfall's proclamations. Clearly, it is his spirit that will survive eternally. Now take this and pass it around once you're done. Is it the, consolation, sorry you died card? Vote, should there be an autopsy, yes, no. Ori, right away, is saying no autopsy. It's fine, guys. This is all right. It's simply his spirit is going to endure forever. Anyway, no autopsy. Sign this petition around. Ori says no. Our father. I'm going to assume that these two blondes are brothers. Did I say brothers? My son's 25th birthday, the same age I was when I fulfilled the ancient prophecy. So they're the same family as you. The first sentinel Nagasai. We look at a first name or a last name for pops. I didn't get Nagasai off of that. From what everyone here has told me, it sounds like the virus you all had a couple of weeks ago is going around again. Surprising though. I'd have expected you all to be immune from getting it a second time. Now I get Nagasai. And my chair keeps on sinking. It is also strange that Mr. Nagasai succumbed to the virus, while the two others who caught it again seem to have shaken it off. We'll need a full autopsy to get to the bottom of this. No autopsy, he's writing down immediately. They put little universe symbols in his eyes. He's not breathing. That's what the symbol on his head means. He is not breathing. So Mr. Nagasai. And if it's Mr. Nagasai, then you are all also Nagasais. Patient history, Pravi Nagasai. Suffered severe burns as a young man, 25 years old, he underwent the Trot of the Waterfall. Otherwise remarkably fit and healthy for his age. Ongoing recommendations: cover burn areas in direct sunlight, moisturize burn areas each night before bed. Pravi. Copy of notes from previous appointment, November 10, 1940. Symptom: foamy vomit. Diagnosis: NDP virus. Prescription: antiemetics, fluids, and rest. All followers also infected. Some insist on taking quack's medicine. I'm assuming that the modern physician considers the traditional doctor to be quack, right? He's got the sigil for empathy on his head, which we now know is a mistranslation. That's a sigil for memory. Absolutely not. No man of his position should ever be made to suffer such an indignity in life or in death. Patient history. Blessed with the mark of universe. The burn mark. At age 25, destined to live forever. Ongoing recommendations: get plenty of sun on face. As sign of respect for the fire that marked you. Embrace, rather than treat, the marks with which you have been blessed. Copy of notes previous appointment, November 10, 1940. Foamy vomit. Diagnosis: solar plexus chakra blockages. Prescription: homeopathic solution 104. Notes: all followers also afflicted. Some are so arrogant as to favor Western medicine. Lemurian homeopathy. Like cures like. Hay fever, symptom is watery eye. Alternate cause of problems: onion. Homeopathic cure: onion. Insomnia, alternate cause is coffee. Homeopathic cure: coffee. If a certain substance normally causes a particular symptom, a homeopathic remedy made from that substance will cure the illness that produces the same symptom. Extreme dilution. Homeopathic remedies are made by repeatedly diluting the active ingredient until not a single speck remains, just water. Experiment must be washed in pure alcohol between tests, remove all contaminants. Nothing else there for me to click on. So far, only 4 more spots remain and 4 words remain. I haven't spoken to everyone yet. One word remains now. I feel sick after dinner last night, but it passed quickly. At first I assumed it must be food poisoning. Then, after I began vomiting foam, I thought maybe the virus had returned. Now though, I finally understand. My body knew something was wrong with First Sentinel Nagasai. So that changes things. There's a possibility that you sat here and then you had the same meal. But I think if he had the exact same meal, then he'd suffer the same way he did. 2 others were sick too, right? So maybe there were some who had similar ingredients that match with this one. There's a little bit of that lighter green splashing in there, and this is composed of a lot of greens. Maybe that is the contaminated ingredient. As First Sentinel Nagasai's scribe of 28 years, I feel it is my duty to document this morning's tragic events. By the time I awoke, Kwanzaa was already laying the table. When I came outside, I saw her knock for First Sentinel Nagasai, but no one answered, so she let herself into his quarters. A few months later, she emerged and told us all the terrible news. He too had fallen ill, but he had died in his sleep. Ori and Koi have now been allowed in to see their father, while the rest of us wait outside. Gresto, Koi. You shouldn't feel sick or sad for that matter. You should feel nothing in particular, for he is not gone. His consciousness has simply been redistributed. Now come on, I've already laid the table. Let's eat breakfast. We don't want last night's leftovers going to waste. Your Kwanzaa? Who was on kitchen duty this night. And given that if this is Gresto, if this is your own note that you've composed, your own reports, then I'm going to assume that as a scribe of 28 years, you were actually one of those sitting next to him the whole time. Or maybe 28 years while someone was with him for 30. That would also give him a like dish. Twins! Over here is twin. Well, this solves it then. Over here is twins because these two were born at the exact same time. This is 25 years ago. The question is which one's left-handed, which one's right. And I bet you the guy holding the pencil is left-handed because that gives us somebody holding a pencil. He's holding the pencil in his left hand. Ori is the left-hander. Puzzling it up good here. Yeah, because they're 25 years old. 25 years old, they were with Nagasai his entire life, but not his entire life. Been with him for 3 years longer. The same thing happened to me. I threw up all foamy after dinner, but soon I was fine again. I wonder why only us two seem to have been affected. Perhaps we unknowingly reached a higher level of empathy than the others, which allowed us to feel the first Sentinel's energy moving through us at his final moments. Why us two have been affected. We have all the words, we have all the spots, we just gotta fill in the puzzles now. I'm going to assume that Kansa on Kitchen Detail is the one with least seniority. The wild mix takes mint, mustard, coriander. So we know these two are the same dish. Fresh mix. Mint, chili, mustard. Mustard and mustard here. Mint and mint here. Mint and mint. Mustard and mustard. Whole versus ground. Mild mix, coriander, ground. I'm looking for what similarities they have. Well, the earth mix doesn't matter because the boys weren't affected. Whole cumin seeds versus ground cumin seeds. Threw up all foamy after dinner, but it was fine again. Dedicants Nausea, Raffaelli, Tranta, excellent work. Boys, I expect the same output from you as the other dedicants. Raise your standards. So it's gotta be a Monday then. Wait. They cycle through the cooking rotation. So it wouldn't necessarily be Kansa who did the poisoning. If they had dinner last night and they rotate through. GN. Not Nagasai then. Gresto? Gresto Nozi? QR? Kansa Raffaelli? And Tranta. AT, Overnight Watch. Gardening. Swedish Guy rating with 3. Welcome, Swedish Guy. Let's see if my SO command works today. Nightbot has been rather lazy lately. Ah, Nightbot is still malingering. It better or you anti-raid? I guess you got an anti-raid, Swedish Guy. Sorry guys, nice to see you. But them's the rules, Swedish Guy said so himself. What were you up to today, Swedish Guy? You're catching me in the middle of some Golden Idol DLC. Playing Chrono Trigger. Cool. So, Tell me, Swedish guy. Is, what's her name, Luca? Is Luca your waifu for Chrono Trigger? Or are you an Ayla degenerate? No shame if you're Team Ayla. She's got that factor to her after all. Prescribed by Ralo Krish. So the homeopathy is Ralo. That's you. Luca is clearly gay and Ayla is spoken for. That's like what? 65 million years BC or something? I'm sure that things are a whole lot more understandable than 65 million BC. You'll have you some frog legs. Ooh, Swedish. I didn't know you went for that type of dish. Dr. Jolene Prenzi. Jolene Prenzi. And by process of elimination, the only one left is her. Though I have one bit of confusion. Kwanzaa is concerned our boys are not worthy. I am too. Her intuition. Already laid the table. You have freckles and eyelashes. That would kind of... You got gardening today. This one's got, No, but it says in the report that Kansa was already laying the table. This is this morning. This is today. And you've laid out the table. Let's eat breakfast. Don't want the night's leftovers. I've already laid the table, so you're Kansa. You have the watering can, so you're on gardening duty today. When Kansa does cooking, gardening is done by AT, Chanta. So you are Anaya Chanta. Everything is correct. You have a weak spot for broken warrior types. Aww. Would you say Glenn is particularly broken though? He certainly has his hang-ups, but he feels like he's got enough of that warrior spirit in him that he's taken his curse in stride. And while he considers his mission a failure, he's still doing the best he can with what he's given. Starting out broken, I could buy that then. He definitely has his own arc where he overcomes more of his past. His adversity with himself as well as with Magus. So we have all the who's who's. These two we know sit together, because they're twins. They're equidistant. So I think then, what it comes down to is who ate what. These two had the same dish. I'm surprised that he wasn't as deeply affected. The one closest to him had the fresh mix, the one furthest away had the mild mix, and the earth mix, none of the boys were sick. None of the boys were sick. The two others who caught it again have shaken it off. So the only two others that caught it are you and you. So it's only you that didn't get sick, you and the boys. So was it this dish that was safe or that dish that was safe? Mint, whole mustard, whole coriander. Mint, chili, and ground mustard. Jasmine, ground coriander, ground cumin. There's mint in both of these. And ground mustard. And this has coriander, ground compared to whole. I think maybe it's a combination of mint and mustard. But because the mustard seed was ground up, it wasn't as effective. Began vomiting foam. Threw up all foamy after dinner, but then soon fine again. So if you had mint and ground mustard, that would put you over here, and then you had the safe dish. Incorrect! Alright. So I got something wrong then, more than 2 things wrong. These two, I assume, having been 25 years old, they've been with him for 25 years, and since you were with him for 28 years, that's only a 3 years gap, so these two could feasibly be sitting next to each other. What if they broke the rules, and despite 28 being more than 25, they let the son sit with Pops? And the 2 people who were sick had the same dish. Because it's supposed to go by seniority. 2 first sentinels. First sentinel. Then the longer a Dedekind has been here, the closer to the first sentinel's end of the table they have the honor of sitting. Which is why I assume that regardless of which side of the table is the first sentinel's end of the table, that the scribe who was with him for 28 years is going to sit closer to the first sentinel than his 2 sons, who have merely known him for 25 years. But what if they broke the rule? What if they broke the rule and the sons get to sit next to Pops, and then the guy who should have seniority is sitting one behind, and you also had the same sicky meal? They both had mint, whole mustard, whole coriander, while the dead guy has jasmine, ground coriander, and cumin, which would mean that the only 2 dishes that have coriander is the mild mix and the wild mix. And so maybe there's something about the coriander that is counteracted by the mint and the mustard. How's that then? They broke the rule and let the grown son sit next to Pops. Also incorrect. Fresh mix has mint and mustard, right? Fresh mix is here. So, what if Pop sat himself on this end of the table, but he's not all the way at the end? And then 25 years, 28 years, you were also sick, and then you're all the way down here. What if you swap you two? I know these two are the same age, so they gotta be together. That is absolute. 2 or fewer incorrect. I don't just want to swap things around on nilly-willy. So, 28 years, 25 years, somebody in the middle, between 25 and 28. Which son is older? One must be older. That's a fun thing, Swedish guy. They solved that problem of who popped out a mom first by just sitting them across from each other. Somebody has a bottle of gin. Somebody's got a skincare routine. Money. Start timer, observe effects. After test, clean equipment with water. Clean equipment with water after test. I think that's important because the doctor's medicine case says equipment must be washed with alcohol between tests. So I think this is simply telling us that whoever was experimenting on the goat and has wealth and vanity and booze. Oh, they poisoned the fish too. I didn't even notice that. I was too busy looking at the goat and the stuff over here. Oh, there's some crushed stuff over there. What's... These blue flowers with the red inside. That's a pretty big clue then, yeah? Maybe it resembles the chili. The crushed chili powder. So maybe the chili is a counteracting agent. And that's why Fresh Mix and Earth Mix didn't get sick. Because they had the chili in there. Wait. But if they're experimenting with something that would resemble chili when crushed... Start timer, observe effects. 7 minutes to reach stage 1, 15 for full effect, method works. So that would make you think then that if it's a red... Red stuff left behind, blue-green taken. That's one way to look at it. Mint, mustard, and coriander. The shape of the leaf, or the petal I should say. There's a bit of cut up with the mint here too. Mint, spread out leaves. I don't think it's very similar. Jasmine? There's no jasmine in fresh mix or wild mix. Only in mild and earth, and like chili. That's at the very end for that one. Maybe it is the mint. Maybe after it's been affected, it doesn't look too dissimilar to mint after drying. So wild mix and fresh mix, which are both at this end of the table, and all the sicky ones were here. So maybe it's the mint, and that's my hint, that the one who was not sick is, oh yeah, he sits all the way there. So the question becomes which one sat where, yeah? Now, I know that Ori sat here because that's the left-handed place. And Ori, he's literally writing with his left hand right now. See? If I swap them, it's wrong. You're all the way over there? Right, hold on. No, yeah, because you were sick. You were sick. So it's not the mint then, because these three dishes are mint in common. Wild mix. Jasmine, coriander, and cumin. The coriander, because there's no coriander in fresh mix, there's no coriander in earth mix. And you guys had earth, you had that one. So that and that. The coriander. Coriander seeds. The seeds then? I don't know what the seeds of these look like, though. Maybe the plant being broken here isn't too important. Maybe it implies some ongoing experimentation. We've already got all spots, all words. So it's not like there's any other thing I can click on. Shaved belly. The goat is foaming at the mouth. Which recipe caused sickness and which didn't? Wild mix and the mild mix caused sickness. Therefore, it was the coriander seed. Wild and mild. That's the only thing they share in common. You shouldn't feel sick or sad. Nothing is gone. I've overlaid the table. So, your health... How are you healthy? This says everything is correct, and you had the same dish as he did. You got sick? You got sick. And you had that, and you had that. And you two shared the same dish. So if you're sick and you're sick, then that means fresh mix also was a sickly ingredient. Mint and mint for the wild. Coriander, coriander. Mustard, mustard. But there's no mustard here. There's no mustard, no mint. And this one has no coriander. I get it. Jasmine leaves, chili powder, whole seeds. Mint leaves, mustard seed, coriander seed, mint, chili, mustard, jasmine, ground. When I was first looking at this, I thought to myself in my head, I bet you it's gonna be the mortar and pestle. But that I didn't think about it any further than that, because I was too busy picking up words, trying to find what else could have been poisoned. It's not the ingredient, it's the implement then. The book itself was poisoned! It could be the mortar and pestle. Because there wasn't any ground ingredients in the earth mix. But there wasn't any ground ingredient in the wild either. But mint was cut. We know mint was cut because we see the cut mint leaf over here. And with these, having petals here, but no petals, maybe it was the night. After tests, clean equipment in water. But the sciencey lady, the Western doctor, equipment must be washed in pure alcohol between tests to remove contaminants. So this likely isn't foul play after all. Somebody who's already in violation with the Waterfall Proclamations, because First Sentinels are not supposed to accept donations, they're supposed to do away with material goods and wealth. Somebody didn't quite understand that water wasn't sufficient to clean off contaminants. And in fact, if we look at the roster, the duty rota, today is Kwanzaa's turn. That's why Kwanzaa's setting out the table today. Kwanzaa's not the one who poisoned. They're laying out last night's dinner. Last night's dinner, GN, Gresto Nolzi. Gresto Nolzi. Gardening. ON. Who is ON? Ori Nagasai. Maybe Ori cutting the mint leaves off of the plant is what introduced the contaminant. Overnight watch would have been the head honcho himself. But that's overnight watch. Dinner would have already occurred by then. Water collection. No, I don't think it's water collection because this is all the way out here. They're not collecting water from this pond. But if somebody... When exactly did the goat get out? Straight razor. Jasmine petal paste moisturizer. Jasmine petal paste. Jasmine leaves. Jasmine leaves are also here though, they didn't get sick. 3 tainted foods. Crushed, seeds, leaf could have been cut. Or maybe not, because it's like that, whereas these are more properly cut off. I'm gonna say it's the knife. The knife that didn't get washed. No. Not the knife that was contaminated with some bad water after the experiment. Really? Really? Do they ground the mint leaves? Because we got ground seeds in mild and fresh, but there's no ground seeds in mild mix. Maybe they ground the mint, but they don't ground the jasmine, and the chili powder is already in a powdery state. If it's the ladle, you'd assume everyone's rice has been tainted. And the bowl is what everyone's rice is already cooked in, right? And if it's not any one individual ingredient, because while there are some likes, nothing shares the same thing across this 3 triangle, it's gotta be the mortar and pestle, yeah? No. No? What if somebody's lying? I threw up all foamy after dinner, but I was fine again. I felt sick after dinner last night, but it passed quickly. Should the bottom smileys be switched? Should they? Because the earth mix is fine. It didn't cause sickness. The boys did not get sick. So, it's as if this dish here is the only one that wasn't tainted. These 2 were fine. These 2 got sick. Well, he got dead. And then you were fine, you were fine. Or you were sick, you were sick. This guy's a weird one because he says he was fine. Killed, sick, sick. What if that's the real clue then? The real clue is that this guy wasn't killed by his food. Because if he's dead, and this guy is somehow fine, then I have to turn my preconceived notion around entirely. He was not killed by his dinner last night, even though he had the foamy vomit. And you had foamy vomit, and you had foamy vomit, and the goat had foamy vomit. It wasn't the food that did him in then. Ergo, if it wasn't the food after all that killed the guy, then we could safely assume that the wild mix is safe. Mint is fine. Chili is fine because the earth mix also has it. Cumin is fine. But these 2 do share ground seeds. And so it was possibly an improperly cleaned mortar and pestle that got 2 sick but didn't kill the first sentinel. The game feeds you expectations. You see all the similarities, and you assume, oh, of course. Naturally, then, they had the same dish, and you look at what foods must have shared ingredients, or maybe shared the same process. Because what did him in, what did the goat in, what got these two mildly ill, that must be the answer, right? It builds up the misdirection, and then you gotta untangle it yourself. The goat died because someone shaved it. Ground. The goat died because somebody into a blank using the tool and then put it on the goat's belly? Did they like shave the spot? They ground it into a paste and then applied it into the belly and the goat died? They ground it into a paste to apply on the goat's belly. And the first sentinel does take a moisturizer for his face. Moisturize burn areas each night before bed, so he's taking a more direct application. So that's why the belly is shaved here. The music getting more intense. Somebody ground something into, where's paste? Give me paste. Into paste. Using a mortar and pestle, then put it on the goat's belly. Hey, MP83. That's mint, that's jasmine, that's chili. I don't know my plants. Where'd I get Moondrift from? Wax medicine. Solar plexus chakra blockages, foamy vomit. Homeopathic solution 104. Is Moondrift. It's blue petals. It's the red seeds inside. So he applied Moondrift to the goat in a paste. So somebody was experimenting with Moondrift on paste there, which quite possibly killed the goat in a full 15 minutes. Maybe for homeopathic purposes, maybe they wanted to see if it could function as an effective poison if applied to paste, the same paste that the first sentinel uses on a nightly basis. A few people consumed it in their meals, they got the foamy vomit sickness, but then got better. Guy rubs it directly onto his face and lets it soak in, the same way it soaked into the goat's belly, and he shares the goat's fate. Pravi Nagasai died of moondrift poisoning? Because somebody put moondrift paste in the moisturizer. And there's still more. Now that we have a preliminary understanding of the events as they unfolded on Saturday, was Saturday, November 24th. Give me some dates here. Ready to proceed. Nobody says ready to proceed. We're just... Suffolk Burns is a young man. So he didn't undergo the waterfall test just yesterday. Blessed with Mark of the Universe, age 25. And that agrees with here. Saturday. Waterfall agrees. The universe has provided a solution, does not contradict any past proclamations. That is when November 24th was then. First, Sentinel Nagasai will live forever. On Saturday, Ravi Nagasai announced that he would live forever. That's a pretty big claim. Later on, it had to be on night duty. Otherwise, somebody else would have seen it. KN. Who's our KN? Koi Nagasai took a goat to the pond for an experiment? For a test on overnight watch. After it was done, Koi Nagasai washed the mortar and pestle in the pond. But not with alcohol. Hence, the fish all being dead there. He's so nice to keep his own gloves on to keep his hands safe. But little boy Koi doesn't seem to take the proclamations of the waterfall very seriously. He likes the wealth. He likes the cars and modernity. He likes the gin. He wants to become, I think, the first Sentinel, but doesn't want the humble restrictions of the position. Therefore, when the mortar and pestle was used to prepare Sunday's dinner, it made people sick. That night, Ravi Nagasai used the face cream, the moisturizer, leading to his death. Two weeks before the first Sentinel's death, Ralo Krish had prescribed a homeopathic moondrift solution to treat the NDP virus and its main symptom, foamy vomit. Koi theorized that, according to the key principles of homeopathy, the moondrift flower should therefore cause foamy vomit. He wondered if he could use it as a topical poison to kill his father without arousing suspicion, and set about his test. You're listening to MU Today with me, Garari Poma. Our top story this morning, the king has announced plans to step down from royal duties. Yeah, because he's dead. Following mounting pressure from the clergy and public. In a statement, Tikor Palace said King Orant would relinquish power to his son, Prince... Oh no, this is the previous king. Would relinquish power to his son, Prince Lutri, in an official ceremony on Wednesday. The announcement follows days of unrest in which crowds have taken to the streets to protest the king's recent solstice speech, which centered around plans to westernize Lemuria. As any Europa Universalis 4 player knows, you do get some unrest and stability drop when you try to westernize a country, but you have to westernize, otherwise you're stuck in the Stone Ages forever. European global strategy games are very funny that way. Ascension. A secret is unearthed at Koi's temple. What happened to Ori? Now the proclamation said you could have 2 First Sentinels if you have twins. Does Koi have his own temple and Ori's got his own? Or did he bump off his father and then his brother? Also, looks like he's definitely forsaken the humble ways of the proclamation. So much for do away with material goods and wealth. He hasn't had a waterfall proclamation yet, though. Wait, there's a part 2. Ends November 24th, 1940. January 3rd, 1941. Sincere gifts are to be distinguished from donations. First Sentinel may permit the former. A First Sentinel need only relinquish all material possessions and wealth once in his lifetime. From then onwards, he may keep whatever the universe bestows upon him, provided it is for the benefit of all. He's got a bigger paragraph than February 13, 1915. He wanted enough space to undo all those silly little humility things about no wealth. Actually, I only have to relinquish wealth once, and then I've done it, and can carry on wealth from then after. First Sentinel Pravir Nagasi will live forever through his favored son, Koi. January 3, you have 2 proclamations. A big one saying, actually, I could have wealth after all, if it's a sincere gift. And Pravir Nagasi will live forever through his favored son, Koi. Sorry, Ori. August 1945, First Sentinel Koi Nagasai must spread his love to his female followers, who are to embrace this honor. Is that a WF? 3 circle symbol. LAF? Dump truck. See all those planters down there? They're going on the stairs, a row on each side. That's your job for this afternoon. You can carry on with the roof ones tomorrow. Foreman, I need to borrow Betsy again. Treat your boys to lunch at the new pub in town today on me. Take your time. Keep the change. Koi. That's a lot of cash. Flower pots on stairs, I'm on it. Leftovers at a foil swan. Cute. That's it. That explains this discrepancy. I'm going to have to talk with him about this. It has to stop. That's frayed eyebrows from the previous one, yeah? An inhaler. Fire, okay. So fire extinguishers in this room. And then otherwise, we got door, door, door. So what then is a discrepancy? We also have 2 time periods you can go between. CO2 extinguisher in particular. Sounds of chanting and drumming blasted from the speakers. Do we have another golden idol? Does this one work? Unbelievable, this changes everything. Your new name is Sarita Shona, meaning Independent One. Tessa? Tessa! Your new name is Tessa Navari, meaning Naive One. He's not wrong. Amazing, what an honor it is to witness this. New name, Nali Zarati, the Coddled One. Astonishing. His mind and body must be in perfect sync with the universe. New name, Thes Rilaki, the Wise One. He's got a key fob here, a really fancy key there, Lazarus. Congratulations, Dedicants! Today you will all progress to level 9, granting you access to some of Lemuria's most ancient knowledge. The process will begin with a demonstration. While in a deep trance, I will activate this ancient relic with my mind, and you shall all witness its miraculous powers. Tell no one what you see, for they are ready yet. They have not subscribed to the program for long enough. Afterwards, you will renounce your old life and embrace your new name, which the universe has chosen for you. Let us begin. Tessa really was a true believer. If Peggy Hill never met up with Hank, Koi, Nagasai, aka the Naive One, aka yada 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 yada. So their new names they associate already. We gotta find the real ones then. Who's Betsy? Someone's gotta be Betsy, right? I need to borrow Betsy again. Is that your kid? Is your kid Betsy? Let's see what the next time period has. Later that night. The bird is not breathing. And the CO2 fire extinguisher is empty. Encyclopedias, diaries, volume 1. He's written so many volumes of diaries. Old Pops. He hasn't taken the fire test. He doesn't have the burn mark on him. He was never actually chosen by the waterfall at all. Furniture expenses. Birdcage and cover spring range, $200. Runner rug, autumn range, $500. Runner rug, spring state range, $500. Ori's camp, That snake. Say it's freezing in here. Do you mind if I close... Do you mind if I close the window? When they have a CO2 leak on the extinguisher that is already so bad that the little bird had died and they don't know it because it's got the birdcage cover over it. Being so perceptive, I expect you already know that our comrade has sadly left for Ori's camp. Never struck me as a type, to be honest. He's missing one key. He was confronted with the discrepancy in this, but he's crumpled up the note. Okay, hold on. Let's start the first one. Helen Martin. Desperate to shake mommy and daddy's little princess image, responds to flattery. Helen Martin, the coddled one, then. Mommy and daddy. Lizzie Young, strong thirst for knowledge, liable to stop donating if she thinks she's learned everything. The wise one. Was which? Lizzie Young? Nina Lavelle, fears appearing foolish, easy to manipulate through validation. Nina becomes Tessa. Maggie Carter wants to prove she can handle herself, seeks to impress when subtly undermined, hence the independent one. Sharita Shona is Maggie Carter. Grezzo Nozzi, father's scribe since the beginning. Good to have an inner circle, just don't let him overstep his bounds. Been showing signs of doubt lately, keep an eye on him. Giamatti Pira, reliable ever since she showed up here, had the opportunity to turn on me early, but proved his loyalty and worth that day. Not too bright but useful servant, does as told, no questions asked. Our comrade left for Ori's camp, so after the confrontation, he realized, oh shit, we're being scammed here. This guy doesn't care, and left. Once this is done, I could finally rest. Different sigils on the keys. You'll need this when you get here. Dispose this note when you're done. So, this has to do with the room map, right? That it's actually a secret code. JP has permission to leave the compound walls at 11 p.m. Signed, Koi. Giamatti Pira. Incorrect. Reliable ever since he showed up. Had the opportunity to turn, proved his loyalty and worth that day. Not too bright but useful servant. So that means I got the girls wrong. Responds to flattery, desperate to shake mommy and daddy's little princess. I feel that has to be the coddled. Lizzie Young, strong thirst for knowledge, liable to stop donating if she thinks she's learned everything. Maybe that means that Tessa is Lizzie then. She definitely very, very overspends what Opig was giving her. So what if we make You, Lizzie. Fears appearing foolish. Fears of appearing foolish. Manipulate through validation. You're not foolish, you're the wise one. Nina, you are so wise. Validate, validate. Wants to prove herself, seeks to impress when subtly undermined. Independent. Maybe there's more to puzzle about there. Being so perceptive. Given that they're all falling for him, I think they're all the naive one. Oh, there's some blood in there. Gresto didn't leave, he died then. He didn't leave for Ori's camp, he is being murdered. Yeah, Gresto Nolzi, same face, that's correct. Gresto Nolzi, Koi Nagasai, Jamati Pira. That I simply have the Goyles wrong. CO2 is full. So many cars. The Belliator. The Laros. The Mech. All the words, all the spots. Last night I was once again haunted by my dark secret in my sleep. Will this recurring nightmare ever cease? As so often before, my father's specter entered my room when darkness fell. He lifted a finger to his lips and whispered, "You will pay for what you did to me. A life for a life." A discrepancy here. What kind of? Let me see something real quick. Doing a little something behind the scenes. I have got so many little one-use files to get rid of. So what's that discrepancy? We got the mat at the far end between the two speakers. 1, 2, 3, 4 mats in front of him. One window, 2 window, 3. 1 window, 2 window. Are the windows and the mats not perfectly lined up? Is that the discrepancy? Technically, that's 2 windows by the door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There is a room in the back, behind the curtain. Naturally, there would be, yeah? Behind the curtain wouldn't be here because it's probably linking these two rooms then. Yeah, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4 windows, and the fifth is over there. So that goes down further than we're allowed to believe. Okay, let's see. Incredible, unbelievable, changes everything. This changes everything. An amazing honor to witness this. Astonishing. So I just have to more accurately suss out which is which. Like all the clues are right here. That's all the clues I need. What their new name is, and how that correlates to his internal assessment of them. So some I feel are unambiguous. Desperate to shake mommy and daddy's little princess image. That's gotta be the coddled one. Unless easy to manipulate through validation is coddled, I feel like fears appearing foolish, easy to manipulate through validation, is either the naive one, doesn't want to be foolish, easy to manipulate, or the wise one. You really don't want to be foolish, let's validate you by making you sound oh so smart. So I'm quite confident on Nina Lavelle being the wise one. Maggie Carter, proves she can handle herself, seeks to impress when undermined. That's gotta be independent. Wants to prove she can handle herself, seeks to impress when undermined. That doesn't sound naive to me, that sounds independent. Lizzie Young, strong thirst for knowledge, might donate, stop donating, if she thinks she's learned everything. Gets me incorrect. It could be as many as 2 girls that need swapping. Because 2 girls is 2 names each for 4 answers wrong. Thirst for knowledge could be the wise one. Thirst for knowledge, you are so wise, here you go. And then fears appearing foolish, easy to manipulate because she's so naive. She's naive but doesn't want to be seen as foolish. And if you simply give her some validations, the naive ones are so easy to wrap around your finger. Nina Lavelle is still incorrect. Maybe desperate to shake mommy and daddy's little princess image. Is where we get independent from that. Mommy and daddy's little princess? No. Helen, no. You are now the independent one. And if you're the independent one, if the independent one is mommy and daddy's little princess, Liable to stop donating if she thinks she's learned everything. Is that naive? Is that the wise one? Fears appearing foolish. Easy to manipulate through validation. Is that because you gotta coddle her then? You gotta coddle her through validation. And so Nina Lavelle is a coddled one. Prove she can handle herself. Seeks to impress when undermined. Wise, maybe? Is wise a strong thirst for knowledge? Might stop donating if she thinks she's learned everything. The wise one about to close the window and get them all killed. Let's say wise one is the one who is thirsting for knowledge. And he doesn't want those donations to stop, so he's making some extra effort to schmooze her up. Lizzie. And then Tessa, the naive one, wants to prove she can handle herself, easy, seeks to impress when undermined. Does that describe her future personality too? Maggie Carter. Still incorrect! Come on, all the clues I need are right here. These are all the clues I need. I've already got all the words, all the spots. There's nothing else to the puzzle. Grestonozzi, father scribe since the beginning. He's correct. Jamati Pira, reliable since he showed up here, had the opportunity to turn on me early on, proved his loyalty and worth, not your bright peaceful servants. That's Jamati Pira. Koi Nagase speaks for himself. There's a Betsy, but that's a red herring. Betsy is very likely a piece of equipment. There's a dump truck here. There's an excavator here. They have the 3-ring icon. There's a 3-ring icon. So he's borrowing the he's gonna bury the scribe in this pit here. He's gonna get Jimmy Hoffa. Naive, independent, coddled, and wise. Naive, independent, coddled, and wise. And somehow I can't sort them out. Let's try to go back to my initial thing then, where I think that is straightforward. Mommy and Daddy's little princess. You're coddled, you're Helen. Thirst for knowledge. Lizzie is wise. Fears appearing foolish, easy to manipulate. Nina Lavelle. Proves she can handle herself, seeks to impress. Maggie Carter, independent. Wrong! So let's do it backwards, where he's giving them nicer names to accommodate what they don't want to be. Desperate to shake Mommy and Daddy's little princess image makes you more independent now. You're not Mommy and Daddy's little princess. You are Sarita Shona, independent. Fears appearing foolish. You are now the wise one. That leaves Lizzie and Maggie. Thirst for knowledge. Is he just giving them opposite names then? So thirst for knowledge is actually naive. Proves she could handle herself. Easy to, or seeks to impress when undermined, coddled. No. Tries to impress when undermined. So like you neg her, and that makes her want to try harder, yeah? So, if wants to prove she can handle herself, seeks to impress when undermined, is naive. And that gets me back to Maggie Carter over here. And then Lizzie Young. Incorrect. So, it is opposites. Helen doesn't want to be mommy and daddy's little princess, so you become independent. Nina doesn't want to seem foolish, you become the wise one. Maggie wants to prove she can handle herself, so you coddle her. And Lizzie, thirst for knowledge, liable to stop donating, the overspender, the naive one. Cool. We got the names. And so now Gresto Nosy discovered that we have Ori's name here. Maybe it's not Gresto who's being killed off yet then. This explains the discrepancy. 4 windows? 5 windows? Does that matter? They're gonna borrow Betsy the excavator this night. It's already being borrowed when he's still alive, so the use of Betsy is already accounted for. They already want Betsy to be used. I need to borrow Betsy again. This isn't his first time. Treat your boys to lunch at the new pub in town today. On me, take your time. He doesn't want the workers here. So the rug with bloodstains on it is the same rug as the birdcage. That's the spring range. The spring range runner rug is in the back of the truck with blood on it. And so that's why he's got mismatch spring range, autumn range here. So Ori's dead. He's killed off Ori. Is that the implication? Discover that Ori Nagasai was being buried, disposed of by an excavator? Was being No. What this is asking for here isn't Gresto's discovery, yeah? Are we asking about the guilt over here. Once again haunted by my dark secret in my sleep. Will this recurring nightmare never cease? My father's specter. My father's specter! You're Ori's son! Gresto Nolzi is Ori's kid then. Entered my room when darkness fell. Lifted a finger to his lips and whispered, "You will pay for what you did to me, a life for a life." He discovered, maybe it is Gresto Nolzi here, discovered that Jamari Pira was being haunted by a nightmare. In a secret room? There's a confrontation, so I think that Gresto Nolzi is the right one. We'll leave that there as very weak maybes. No, I see. He was discovered that Koi Nagasai. We're not talking about murders and disposals yet. We're talking about the way he floats. Was being lifted by a mechanism. A forklift in a secret room. So there is a secret room. There's a fifth window in the back there that doesn't fit on the maps. Chanting and drumming blasted, seeking chair, from the speakers. Would a forklift be sufficient? He's got his legs crossed wide. The curtain isn't being rummaged. Maybe they're sitting at perfect angles that they can't see behind his hips. Forklift is kinda loud though. Which I guess is why they might be blasting out music. Maybe it is forklifts. There's one forklift in the daytime. Gotta borrow Betsy again, treat your boys to lunch, take your time. And at night, there's two forklifts. Look at this. There's tire tracks going to a secret wall there. It actually is via forklift. Lifted by a forklift in a secret room. The discrepancy is that the room is wide enough to have garage access. When confronted about this, Koi Nagasai struck Gresto Nolzi with a fire extinguisher, maybe. Is that why every other fire extinguisher is full, but the one over here has a leak? Yeah, oh, see, it's bumped. It's been bludgeoned with. The idiot attacked the scribe with a fire extinguisher thus damaging the safety and letting it leak out CO2. See, that's supposed to be attached. And it's supposed to not be bludgeoned. With a fire extinguisher. Then... I'm not sure what the then is, because afterwards... Koi orders that the body be disposed of by Jamati Pira. So what happens in the middle? Because the idol itself isn't broken. Little butt plug shape. Same butt plug shape, nothing's been scratched, nothing's been dented. Koi Nagasai. Lifted with the rug. No. Maybe striking him with a fire extinguisher is here. There's also what's going on in this room, right? There's a shovel. There's some splatter here. That could just be garage stuff, oil spill, whatnot. There's a little spot in the corner here also. Dispose of the note once you're done. Father Spectre enter. So maybe the killing of Ori isn't a thing. It's just confronted about the forklift ruse. Last night, haunted by my dark secret in my sleep. Father Spectre entered my room, the darkness fell. You'll pay for what you did to me, life for a life. Had the opportunity to turn on me early on, but proved his loyalty unworth that day. Not too bright, but useful. Struck Gresto with the fire extinguisher. Order the body be disposed of by Jamati Pira. Then what's in the middle? Either way, these guys are about to die pretty soon. Sincere gifts of $500, $500, $200. So he's in there. How do I connect this? What was the... Pay for what you did, a life for a life. He discovers a discrepancy about the room sizes, and thus that a forklift has easy access to the secret room, and the miracle is a ruse. Confronts him, he crumples the note. Is that I should be doing? He crumpled the note? There's no note option, there's no crumpling option. This is very straightforward. How do I not know what this middle bit possibly is? Gresto Nosy discovered Koi Nagase was being lifted by a forklift in a secret room. When confronted, Koi Nagase struck him with a fire extinguisher, and then afterwards Koi Nagase ordered the body be disposed of by Jamati Pira. What am I missing? There's no ran over. The wine bottle isn't broken or anything. TUV is missing, WXYZ. We have a missing V. Well, struck him with the book and then struck him with the fire extinguisher. Book isn't an option though. The book is a curiosity. But otherwise not part of the puzzle. Then Gresto Nosy haunted Jamati Pira with the nightmare. No wonder that's incorrect. Even the music is deflating for that being wrong. It's too early for this to be my stumped moment. How was this my getting stumped moment so early in? This means I'm missing something fundamental, aren't I? Around 3 p.m. That's it. This explains the discrepancy. This has to stop. Planters going on the stairs, row on each side. That's your job for this afternoon. Roof ones tomorrow. It's the same day, because the roof ones haven't been set up. It's the exact same roof ones. There's still more to go. And the stairs are already up here. So same day. Is this up down for the... No, he's in a trance. He's not holding the keys in his hand. The different types of keys are mysterious. Very clearly he's got one for the forklift. So I think this tells us that Jira is in the back with the forklift at the time. So, if he's in the back with the forklift... There's no ran over. Struck with this forklift, maybe? Are there tire treads on the forklift? For me to figure out, or on the, forklift tire treads look like that. It goes up to the wall, it's pretty big, you can tell. So there's no way that thin little line there. That's just a shadow of the ladder. There's blood stain. There's no draped width, there's no hid. And there's no rug here anyway. Did Jamati Pira strike him? With a forklift afterwards? Bash him with the fire extinguisher? Then crush him with the forklift? Disposed of him with the excavator, perhaps, or the dump truck? Body then disposed of by his brother Ori. He went to Ori's camp. Maybe Ori's camp is where bad little Dedicants go. body's in there. I know he's dead. What if Koi keeps his hands clean? And he doesn't do the killing himself? He drives, he's got very nice cars, sincere gifts. Don't let him overstep his bounds, showing signs of doubt lately, keep an eye on him. Had the opportunity to turn on me early on, but proved his loyalty and worth that day. When confronted about this. When confronted. So he's not doing the confronting, he is being confronted. So Koi's participation is up here. I don't get the first then. I don't know what the then first is. I had the basic understanding that he was pissed because he figured out the truth, confronted him, got beamed by the CO2 canister that's now poisoning them, and then his body's here about to be disposed of. So what missing step is there? There's nothing else to click. There's no other words. I've got all the words I can use right now. Is the fact that I don't think any of the girls were involved. He's lying to her, saying that he's gone to Ori's camp. How did this fall down again? That shouldn't be over there. Like, she's not a participant in this because she believes that he simply went away to Ori's camp. There's a missing V. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A missing V encyclopedia book. But a book doesn't matter. What am I missing here? Discovered Koi Nagase being lifted by a forklift in a secret room. When confronted, at some point Koi Nagasai strikes him with a fire extinguisher, and then Koi Nagasai ordered the body be disposed of by Jamati Pira. That all makes sense. That all makes sense. So what don't I have? What am I missing, Jamati? You have 2 keys, a key for the forklift, and a key for the mech. That's the M key there. And we know the heavy equipment takes these keys. Diary Volume 5. Diary Volume 5. Volume 5 is V. The V encyclopedia is here. The V encyclopedia is taking the place of Diary Volume 5. So this is Koi's diary. This is Koi who's getting nightmares. Father's specter entered my room when darkness fell. Lifted a finger to his lips and whispered, "You will pay for what you did to me, a life for a life." That gives me more lore then. So, first Sentinel Nagasai toy type is being haunted by nightmares. You'll need this when you get there. Dispose of this note when you're done. So let's flip this around then. Koi Nagasai struck Nozigresta with a fire extinguisher. Then Koi Nagasai there's no ordered. Order that the body be disposed of fits here pretty well. How do I squeeze in the fact that Jamati knows about Koi's murder and is sneaking off with 2 pieces of evidence? That Jamati Pira is a spy for Ori, who did what he had to do early on to gain Koi's trust, and now has both the diary that proves that Koi murdered his father and the body of the old Nagasai's scribe. Because he's not just putting the body in the hole to fill with dirt. He's taking the truck with the truck keys. You'll need this when you get there. I'm unraveling more mysteries, or finding more mysteries, but I'm not finding the words I need to describe what happened. Maybe Gresto Nozi discovered that Koi Nagasai was being haunted by a nightmare. Nothing about diary. In a secret room. Haunted by a secret in a recurring nightmare. A secret in a recurring nightmare that explains everything. This is such a compact little episode. And this is such a shitty chair that keeps on drooping. Evidently not true. Second half of the second sentence, or the second paragraph. If we pretend that the second half of the second paragraph doesn't exist, then I've solved the mystery. Gresto Nolzi discovered Koi Nagasai was being lifted by a forklift to the secret room. When confronted, Koi Nagasai struck Nosy Gresto with a fire extinguisher. Then Koi Nagasai ordered the body be disposed of by Jamati Pira. So what is it? Because Koi first did something. It's not first this happened and then secretly Jamati ever so carefully lifted the secret diary. Lifted the body with the forklift? I'd be so upset if lifted the body with the forklift was right. What's holding out? Ordered wine be consumed by Lizzie Young. I seriously do not get it right now. I am seriously facing a brick wall. This is to tell me which keys go to which cars. So we know that he's also down one key, isn't he? He has a Lazarus, that fancy one. He doesn't have the truck key. So what we learn here is that he's given the truck key to Jamati. That pretty much confirms that he's got the authorization and permission to dispose of the body. So I'm quite certain the last sentence is correct. These two keys are weird. Maybe they're garage keys, automatic garage keys, and one is for the secret room. That's what these are then. One key is for the garage shutter to go down, two up. Close shutters, open garage shutter. And open secret door, close secret door. Koi first did something, then something. So grammatically it should be Koi again. We could see the window open here. I don't have a whole lot to work with. The bird is dying. The diary number 5 has been stolen and replaced with a V encyclopedia. This guy is resting on his laurels, having crumpled the note and given the key to Jamati to bury the body. The confrontation happened in here because this is a CO2 canister that's broken. They have a backyard access inside. He's got garage access from this little room over here. So like a front room, his office, the garage, secret room here. That's also got garage access. Secret room may or may not also have access to his office, we simply do not know. But none of that answers what was done, either after he was struck with a fire extinguisher or before he was struck with a fire extinguisher. What about blasted Gresto Nolzi with the idol? We have a with A and then with the. Banished Nolzi Gresto first and then struck him with the fire extinguisher? I don't think I have enough information here to figure out what second activity occurred during the confrontation. During the confrontation. They're in this room now, because this is where the striking occurred. In this room, where the CO2 canister is broken. And where the body fell on the rug, I presume. Which is why he had to swap rugs out. Because the matching rug got stained with his blood. But there's no wrapped him up in a rug. There's no replace the rug. Blasted, banished, haunted, struck, disposed of, lifted. But sinking chair are my only verbs. Forklift, fire, body, secret, dump truck, smoke, window, recurring, excavator, idle, wine, nightmare, fire extinguisher, mine, bottle, room are my only nouns and adjectives. So nothing about rolled him up in a rug, nothing about swapped out the rug, nothing about moved him to the garage. There could be a code involved here. It could be that this map, when paired with this code, creates a kind of overlapping image. But I don't think that's correct. He's also got an inhaler. Well, it's been 2.5 hours of stream, and I'm pressing my face against the wall, trying to see through it. So I'm gonna grab a BRB before I resume. I'm going to need to clear my head and my bladder for a bit first. So, I shall be back in a few minutes, and hopefully when I return, this doesn't end up being the only episode I do today. Okay, fresh eyes, fresh bladder. And you could tell that I didn't look up any GameFAQs solutions while I was out, because I am still stumped. What was the second thing that happened? I want to believe that he's being confronted about the room discrepancy. He has a floor plan of the room that shows 1, 2, 3, 4 windows when there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 windows. There's a whole extra room there. That a little forklift could fit into. He's probably like sitting on a platform or something, and there's a little forklift that goes up and down slowly. And the sound of the chanting and drumming, blasting from the speakers covers the noise of it. Plus there's construction going on outside, but that can't be a forever thing. The golden butt plug idol doesn't really do anything. Green, yellow, green, yellow, green. And the window indeed ends on yellow. This one's over here. And that one's over there, with the secret room between them. Mismatching spring set to autumn set rug. Because a spring rug is in here with the body of the scribe inside it. Afterwards, Koi Nagasai ordered the body be disposed of by Jamati Pira. That's what we're seeing here. That's what Jamati has the key to the truck that used to be in his possession. Body to dispose of, give him the truck key. And why he has permission to be out of the compound until 11 p.m. Do you suppose that we started with the most recent event, with the first Sentinel killing the king, and then we go backwards to the killing of a prior first Sentinel in November of 1940, and then we'll see whichever future Sentinel it is that kills the king and why? Oh, I could, what? How long has that been there? I had like this little tiny hangnail that I just wanted to scratch on my scroll wheel. And I've done this with it. Wait, has that always been a thing? I've always had the option to zoom? Since when? It doesn't give me any further detail I didn't have already. Imagine if there was some puzzle that required looking at super fine detail. I am going to destroy this chair scoot the desk on up to my bed and just sit on that instead. Birdcage, is it an answer? I could even zoom on these. It turns out the real solution is in the leftovers in a foil swan. I refuse to look up the solution. Everything points to him finding out about the discrepancy of windows. Maybe he overheard talk about Betsy. No. Because they're not talking about Betsy, they're talking about the planters. He's looking at this as he waters, and he realizes that there's not 5 windows in the room, there's 4, ergo there's a secret room back there. Confrontation. This ends up dented. And he ends up dead. I don't have truck. I don't have rug. Struck him with a fire extinguisher. At some point, he was struck with a fire extinguisher. I'm cornered. I am simply absolutely cornered. We could also say that Gresto discovered that Koi was being haunted by a secret in a recurring nightmare. This guy made that discovery. He's got the diary. But you got the crumpled note here, so you've been confronted about that. This guy isn't injured at all, so he hasn't taken any punches. I don't want to look it up. I take pride in doing these. This is correct. This is objectively correct. Gresto knows he discovered the discrepancy. Koi Nagasai was being lifted by a forklift in a secret room. Struck Nosy Gresto with a fire extinguisher. Ordered the body be disposed of. There's other secrets going around here, too. But I don't have any room or words to touch on those ones. Hints. Getting stuck and working through challenges to find a solution is at the heart of the game. Before we resort to hints, we suggest you ask yourself the following questions. Have you made a typo? Have you considered all the evidence? Have you re-examined all your assumptions? We haven't had to use a single hint yet. I don't want to use a single hint! We have all the names correct, so there's no typo in the sense that we have the wrong people on the wrong things. Considered all the evidence. Re-examined all your assumptions. That's the fun part about it. Access hints is this button down here. So if I press these buttons, that's not accessing hints. Double check all the words you've entered. Is everything exactly as you intended? Sometimes detectives leave the wrong word in. User error. All the evidence. Carefully recheck all the text and visuals in every location. Sometimes detectives overlook or forget crucial pieces of evidence while focusing on less important clues. And the one I fall down to all the time, examining your assumptions. Detectives sometimes make assumptions without considering their potential flaws. Ask yourself what evidence supports the conclusions you have reached. Clearing the event puzzles and starting from scratch can be useful. Taking a break can also sometimes help. I think that Gresto Nosy discovered that Koi Nagasai was being lifted by a forklift in a secret room because he has this map in particular. This floor plan, when he says, that's it, that explains the discrepancy, I'm going to have to talk to him about this. It has to stop. With the 5 windows to 4 windows, he realized that he's being lifted by the forklift that drives to the secret room that exists between the main chamber and this office. And we know that confrontation happened. You know our comrade has sadly left for Ori's camp, never struck me as a type. He's balled up the note and shoved it into his pocket. And there was a confrontation in which somebody ends up dead, and they have to dispose of him. We also know that the useful idiot actually has Diary Volume 5, which was stolen from the bookshelf here, Volume 5, with Encyclopedia V to replace it. But Jamati appears secretive about it. If he had confronted Koi about it, he'd be the dead one in the back of the pickup truck. That could simply be had the opportunity to turn on me early on but proved his loyalty and worth that day. That could refer to having discovered the diary. Not too bright, but useful servant, does as told, no questions asked. So, one thing to note is that while we now know what it means to be the first sentinel from this mystery, and so now we see, that's the first sentinel down there. He's wearing the first sentinel's white with green polka dot robe that we see in Eternity's End. Yeah? White with the green polka dot, that is assumed to be the first sentinel's uniform. The white with green polka dot. It's even a repeating motif all throughout. Who is to say that this is actually the first sentinel down here? He's draped in green and white for sure. But no, I was wrong. Those aren't filled in circles. The missing curtain means nothing then. I was hung up on that for nothing. That's just because it was used to wipe things up. So there isn't a fake first sentinel. That's actually still the first sentinel then. So what am I missing? What is this missing second thing? Or maybe the missing first thing if striking with a fire extinguisher happened second. Regardless of whether it's the first thing or the second thing, I'm missing one thing. I wish there was a hid in the secret room, rolled up in the rug, moved into the garage, moved into the truck. I hate to do it, but I think I'm gonna get a hint. Let's explore what the hint system is like, because I've seen everything there is to see, I understand so much, and yet I cannot fill in this order of event here. I'm missing one key. There's one key I do not possess. Maybe if he was confronted in here, then maybe one of the girls might have been around at the time. But I don't think that's right. We have a girl in here now, and she's falling for the lie that Pesto went over to Ori's camp. I'm gonna take a hint. The dedicants' identities I've got. That is already solved. The revelation. We have two revelations here. We have the revelation that the assistant knows about the nightmares because he stole the diary and replaced it with the encyclopedia. And we also know that Koi is being lifted with a forklift in the secret room that the assistant drives. And we know that the outcome is that our old scribe buddy is dead. And that this group here is gonna end up dying. Because the CO2 is empty, the bird is dead, and once this window is closed, oh ho 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 ho. So maybe this is a temporary turn of corruption for the position of First Sentinel, in which this guy dies after living a life of luxury for a couple of decades or so. Dies to carbon monoxide poisoning, carbon dioxide poisoning, CO2. And then Brother Ori gets to resume his role as a Soul Sentinel. The sinister left-handed brother. This game continues discrimination against us. What am I missing? What am I missing? We have 2 revelations that we know about. The diary and the secret forklift. Gresto's not playing detective. He's not trying to solve the mystery of What's-His-Face's murder. He just cares about the scam going on right under his nose. All the excess he's had to endure. And also, these fake waterfall proclamations. How could there be waterfall proclamations if the guy hasn't taken the test of the waterfall? He's refused to burn his face. First Sentinel Nagasai to live forever through his son. The entire rest of this day is going to be this puzzle. Do I do the hints? I don't want to do the hints. I know the Dedicant's identities. The outcome is somebody died. But there's a part 2 to how somebody died that I don't know about. What the fuck? The dump truck is gone. There's a little mound over here. But that could just be the style. You know, it's night, a little bit more work has been done. I feel like if this was supposed to be a buried body, then it'd be a clickable spot. The excavator is still out here. I don't know if it's been used. They wouldn't make a minute difference to say, hey, it moved a centimeter, it's been used. They wouldn't do that to you. Blasted, struck, banished, dispose of, haunted, lifted are such few verbs. I can't do that much with it. I'm gonna take a hint. Breathing is important for life. Yeah. That's why they shouldn't be closing that window. I feel like breathing important for... Is that... I don't think that's just the last chance. Take a step, think for a second. Do you really want this hint? That's probably like tier 1, surface layer of the hint itself. But there's nothing about closing the window. Ordered that the window be lifted. By Nina Lavelle? That doesn't make sense. CO2 canister is empty, there's CO2 all over in here, the bird has already died because it's a much smaller creature, and then pretty soon, they're gonna close the window and then they'll die too. Okay, start breathing. Be present, receive hint. Receive hint! It's my last chance to back out of it. I don't want to use the hint. I just want to answer this little thing in the middle. This isn't fair, there's nothing else I can click, there's no more words I could illuminate. This is crumpled up, right? Because they've already had their fight, the fight was over the discrepancy in the room. And the secret room behind. Need this when you get there, dispose of this note once you're done. It could be when he gets to wherever it is he's allowed to go. It could be when he gets here, into this compound, and he keeps this on him until his mission is done. I don't know what it means, though. If you mirror it, you get a 180-degree angle, a square 8, a giant C, and a 3. I'm pretty confident that the afterwards is that Jamati Pira disposes of the body It simply makes sense. Discovered Koi Nagasai being lifted by a forklift to the secret room. Koi Nagasai struck Resto Nalzi with a fire extinguisher. Do I have the revelation wrong? Is this about the missing diary after all? You get the same sort of thing here before he could access the hints. Is that always a system, or is it localized to each puzzle? So, this itself is not part of the hint. It's simply a last chance. Take a deep breath, think about this for a bit. You feeling good? You're not too upset, because you're about to hate us when you find the one thing you were missing that was right out in the open. I don't need the hint. I don't need the hint. I just need... And then? What's the and then? Because the wine's fine. They're both enjoying a bottle of wine. The wine doesn't matter at all. There's no damage to the wine, but you look at this and that's damaged. And snapped open. This is extraordinarily straightforward. I could zoom in on the game itself. Since when was that? There's a few creases in the rug, but I can't make any sentences about the rug either. Oh shit, that's blood splatter on the spring set rug. A little mound over there. I feel like the rug is bunched up enough to have a body in there. The rug is definitely covering the body. My personal pride says I cannot access the hints. I shouldn't. I couldn't. Alright. I guess let's do confirmation on the revelation. I hate to do it, but I really have no choice. I'm absolutely stumped. We'll get confirmation on the revelation. What discrepancy is the man on the roof talking about? You see, we already know that that's the revelation in question. This fucking stain! This stain on my progress now. Receive the hint. We know! That's the fucking problem. We know where the missing runner rug is. We know what pattern it's supposed to have. I know already. Been used 2 different ways. Which way would make sense to use it first? Really? I figured this just snapped when this got bashed in the same confrontation. There's no fire. Nothing's burnt. This also still doesn't help me out. First struck him with the fire extinguisher, then the fire extinguisher again? What are we trying to say here? Are we overcomplicating this? He struck him with the fire extinguisher, thus denting it, thus breaking the rope. It's fine. That's okay. That's all we need to know. We don't need the second bit. Did he spray him in the face? Blasted him with the fire extinguisher, then struck him with the fire extinguisher? I feel like that's just pointlessly overcomplicating it. We know that he used the fire extinguisher to bash him open. It's a fair assumption that the rope snapped during the confrontation, and so the CO2 is leaking into the room. That was a needless extra detail. Making me actually use hints and deep into the fucking hints to say, hey, the fire extinguisher was used twice, you idiot. It's reasonable to assume that it snapped during the fight when he bashed the guy in the head, and that started a leak. Because that's not the proper use of the fire extinguisher. Poor form. Poor form. There's not even any, like, residue anywhere for the fire extinguisher. There's blood stains because there was a violent death. The blood stains on the rug that was swapped out. That makes sense, the guy was bashed with it. Where's the fucking residue from that cold CO2 blasting around? All we have is blood stains, we got nothing else. Nah, man. Talking to a guy here who thoroughly enjoyed going all the way through Golden Idol 1 and the DLCs without having to look up hints. Who just went through the whole game here and a whole prior DLC with a whole lot of blanks. Loved filling in those blanks, little bit by little bit. This is an extra slice of pepperoni they hid under the desk. I don't know that pepperoni's there. I know there's a pepperoni pizza, but you're saying that I miscounted the pepperoni because one of the pepperonis wasn't even on the slice. This is one red ding on the game so far. Pointless extra detail that doesn't really add to anything and isn't really expressed in the game, apart from a snapped cable that you could very easily fucking assume was accidentally snapped during the fight. It's fucking setting up for the fact that they're about to get poisoned to death here. The bird's dead, the window's about to be closed, the CO2 is empty. You would think that the only thing being foreshadowed here is that he caused his own demise in the fight by improperly using the fire extinguisher. There's nothing to suggest that he actively blasted Gresto Nosy in the face. I'm not gonna get that just from the snapped cable. When Gresto revealed that he figured out how Koi's levitation trick worked, Koi feared Gresto might expose him as a fraud. Knowing Gresto to be asthmatic. Fucking really? Fucking really? That's supposed to be the hint? Even if he wasn't asthmatic, it's enough to... That's really it? That's really supposed to be what it is? He's got the inhaler on him, the bird is dead, and so, oh, he blasted him in the face with a fire extinguisher, and that killed the asthmatic and the bird at the exact same time, and not... He bashed him in the head. That's an improper use of the fire extinguisher. Maybe there was a struggle. The rope snapped. Now it's evening. Enough of it has leaked out that the small bird died. No, man. No. I love the series. Been loving this game in particular, but this one's weak. This one is a weak little detail. When I go through the Steam discussion forums, and half the threads are... This required too much guessing! How could you possibly figure this out? I only look at those for puzzles I've already solved. I don't want to spoil myself on anything. So it says like, Chapter 2. How did you possibly figure this out? It's impossible. I chuckle to myself as I read through the replies, because everybody else is like, it goes A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z, if you paid attention. This is not a paid attention. This is... We had one specific interpretation that isn't really supported by the game's puzzle. You absolute buffoon. How could you not have read our mind? You dared go for the logical conclusion that goes to the exact same outcome, you idiot. You fucking buffoon. Gresto debilitated, gasping for air. Koi bludgeoned him over the head with the heavy fire extinguisher. You could just fucking cut off this second sentence here, and you get the exact same thing. You take that exact same bit out. You take this bit out, you get the exact same story, the exact same outcome. Even the exact same outcome with the dead bird. Even if you just assume that instead of he's sitting on the cushion while he picks up his little fire extinguisher and just perfumes him in the face, if you assume instead they were arguing, and in the heat of the moment, he grabs a fire extinguisher and goes like, BAM! Bash across the face. If you just do it like that, the exact same thing happens. He still damaged the fire extinguisher, and the carbon dioxide is still seeping out. That's on the devs. That's on the writing. That's on the scenario making. Across 2 games and several DLCs, they finally had one stinker, and this is their one stinker. And now the illusion is over. The honeymoon is over. And this, I'm going to say, is their one stinker so far. They've been tainted. They're open to the possibility that future episodes are going to be something like this. That one was no good. Noble citizens of Lemuria, my father has brought great shame on the Manzek family. You know, forget this guy's father bringing great shame to the Manzek family. Color Grey Games have now brought great shame to the Golden Idol family. I assure you my vision for this fine country bears no relation to his. To demonstrate my commitment to our ancient tradition, my first act of king shall be to appoint none other than First Sentinel Pravi Nagasai, he who has fulfilled the ancient prophecy, to the position of royal spiritual advisor. Pravi was this guy's dad, yeah? In this role, First Sentinel Nagasai shall have access to me in a way few others are permitted. Twice a year before each solstice, he shall meet with me privately to help share the path I lay out for our nation over the following period. From this day forth, no monarch shall be without his or her spiritual advisor, always the first sentinel of the day. Let us never forget our spiritual roots, for we are not Westerners but proud Lemurians. Okay, let's go to better things then. I'm hoping that this fucker has died now, that they're closing the window with that CO2 seeping in. Revelation. Ori receives a haunting message. That is a strange setup. Half a tower on the cliff's edge there. 1594. That's gotta be the code then. That what's his tits had in his pocket. You'll need this when it gets there. Yes, Blessed One, I have heard your words and recorded them faithfully. I will relay them to my dedicants eminently. By your command it shall be done, on the date you have given me. Is Ori going to murder the king? There's a heat symbol. I can't wait to hear what the waterfall has told Master Ori. I wish I could hear its voice too. We're so lucky to serve the one true chosen leader. How could such a perfect figure be brothers with that blasphemous fool, Koi? You must help your mother. Lion didn't hinder his mother. Help and hinder. Mother, his mother. Lion, mother of the lion. Affirmation, you must, is to the right. Negation, did not, is to the left. Except we have did kill here. Waterfall, symbol, lion. Waterfall did kill lion. Did hinder. So, wiggly to the left is a did then. Must is straight to the right. Did is squiggly to the left. Tortoise did help. Tortoise mother. Waterfall did reward tortoise. This song. So this is a must, did, to the right. Did not, maybe? Kill is X. Mother, mother. Your mother. So that's a you. Mother of you. Mother of lion. Mother of tortoise. So your mother. Your mother. Mother did kill your mother? No. That's not mother. That's somebody else. Father, maybe? You. One on the left, one on the right. You. And they swap positions. Father killed your mother. Brother killed your father? Your father? Wait. Yeah. Because mother is like that, and that's swap. It's father. That's father. Your brother, because that's you. You is the thing with the dot. Your brother killed your father. If it's your parent, you're below it because 1 and 2 make baby. If it's your sibling, they're alongside you. You see? When they put an actual puzzle in, it's fun and it's beautiful. The CO2 canister having 2 uses is some fucker who's like, oh, you didn't see the broken string? Yes, I did, you idiot! String broke in the struggle. No, you fool, it was used twice. Then where's the fucking residue? It was used twice! Just scrape that out. Make a patch to the game that simply scrapes out that second bit and just keeps it to he banged him in the head. Fucking the exact same outcome. You don't need that little bit in there. It changes nothing. This is like a shield. We don't have the words yet. Reward. No reward. Just kill, kill, kill. Hinder. Help and hinder, so the dot makes an opposite meaning. Maybe a line over means a negation. Must help, did hinder, did kill, did help, did reward. There's no did nots. So I feel like line over makes sense for a not. Did not kill. Disease did not kill your father. Your brother did kill your father. You, the single line by itself, you must go home. Family, you and 3 other dots, followers. Waterfall is this kind of IUD shaped thing. Tell you? Monument discovered with more proclamations. Must. These are all imperative commands. Must not reward. Must not punish. Must not punish sinners? Must not kill. Oh. It's not a negation, so it's not a must not. It's a must opposite. Instead of reward, you punish. Must punish sinners, maybe. Must not kill. This is a must not, because it has a line over it. Let me see. The first proclamation had something to do with sinners. I'm sure the second one was about dedicants and their money. The third mentioned not endangering someone, the fourth involved not leaving, and the fifth mentioned a virus. No, I'm gonna miss Master Ori's grand revelations if I can't figure these out soon. His words shape our very purpose. Wish I could move that. First has something to do with sinners, people with the horns over their head. Second, dedicants. So the group of followers is dedicants. You must give your money, forsake your money, leave your money. Dedicants' money. Money over dedicants. Possession expressed by putting one over the other. Dedicants must not. They must not opposite word the square. Dedicants must blank the blank. They must not blank the blank. A fourth involving not leaving. So, circle, circle, filled circle is to leave. Must not leave the compound, must not leave the home, the temple. Circle dot, then two blanks is probably going away, and so the opposite becoming two. Third is not endangering. So, without the dot, it should be protect. So if that's leave, that's not leave your money. Kill your money! And since we have more words, we can do more of the waterfall stuff. You must go. You must leave. Leave the temple. There's circle too. The waterfall will protect you. Virus did not kill your father. Your brother did kill your father. You must leave. So ends today's reading of the scripture. Now prepare yourselves, for First Sentinel Ori shall soon return, bearing the waterfall's divine proclamation. Until that blessed moment, let us pray that the wisdom of our Master, the wisdom that our Master brings will illuminate our path and strengthen our faith. Pravi, the fire temple, the temple fire, and the waterfall. We have all the words and all the spots. Waterfall will extinguish the fire. Fire will engulf. That is marked with the house shape. So is it in there where they're sealed in and set on fire? It's gotta be out here where the waterfall actually is. Put him in a pyre over here and the waterfall will move to extinguish the fire if he is righteous. We could also go back to Eternity's End. Don't we have... We don't have words to it though. We have the sign here. Set yourself on fire by the waterfall. The waterfall extinguishes it, and you are restored. See, Golden Idol folks, this one's a good one. You could draw from prior things. You can put stuff together within the puzzle. To solve this one, I have to know that the waterfall both goes to the left to extinguish and also goes down, and also hits rocks below. No fucking duh. Okay, let's see. These are all musts and must nots. Did. And then squiggles to the right. To the left is did or did not. To the right is will, yeah? Like will protect you. Squiggly to the left, something that had happened before. Or had not happened. Squiggly to the right, something that will or will not happen. And is that the fire symbol there? Did. Hey Hordian, how we doing? Better now, Hordian. I was stuck for like 2 hours on the previous puzzle. Because I fucking knew everything there was to know about what happened. It's a very small compressed puzzle here that doesn't give you a whole lot of things to look at. You learn very easily that this guy here realized 4 windows, 5 windows, his levitation trick is a ruse using a hidden room, and then they had a confrontation, hence the ball got crumpled up. The guy was beamed in the head with a CO2 fire extinguisher, hence the damage, hence the rope break, hence the CO2 being empty, hence the bird being dead by CO2 poisoning. And they're about to suffer the same fate because she's freezing, they're going to close the window, CO2 poisoning. And the body's being disposed by this guy. You think that's the entire solution? Fucking wrong, Hordian! You had to know that he was blasted with the extinguisher in the face before he was struck. It's a completely needless detail that isn't supported by anything outside the fact that the string is broken and the bird is dead, which you could just as easily assume is because he was fucking beaten in the face with a fire extinguisher. Of course that broke the rope, and now it's seeping out CO2, that's why it's empty, and now the bird's dead. But Ginny, look, he's got an inhaler. He's got an inhaler. That means that if he was blasted in the face with CO2, he's gonna fall unconscious. You blast me in the face with CO2, I'm gonna fall unconscious. He's got an inhaler. You fucking hit him in the back of the head with a fire extinguisher, he's gonna die either way. 2 hours stuck on this for such a pointless detail that doesn't add anything. Yeah, he's got an inhaler. That means if you hit him in the back of the head, he dies. Same exact outcome. What kind of Sherlock Holmes shit is this? I can tell that you frequent the docks because the mud on your boot is a type of loam only found in that area. By Jove, really? No, I talked to his mum beforehand. It's that kind of thing, but without the I talked to your mum beforehand. They didn't talk to my mum beforehand. It's not about winning too quickly. It's about the detail isn't really supported and isn't really necessary. It's just an extra little thing for ho ho ho, aren't you so clever? Except no. Hordian. I actually had to access the hints. I accessed a hint for the revelation to confirm, okay, it is talking about the secret room. It's not talking about he's got the secret diary. It's about the secret room. Wasted a hint. Used the hint to confirm, yes, it is what you think it's about. And then I had to use more hints here. Where's the missing rug? What pattern did it have? No shit that the rug in the room now is the autumn rug because the spring rug has a body hidden under it. But I don't have the words for he was hit with a fire extinguisher then rolled up in the rug. Useless. I know the rug isn't in play, but I can't use the rug. Next hint. Something in the office looks to have been disturbed in a couple of ways. Yeah, no shit. That's why we know the fire extinguisher got beamed on the head. We know that already. What's the final hint? The direct hint. Look closely at the fire extinguisher, you fuckers! It's been used in 2 different ways, which makes sense to use first. That is the most illogical thing. It was damaged twice because you used the fire extinguisher in the wrong way, in the improper way. No wonder the string broke and it started leaking out. There's nothing to suggest. There's no residue. If it wasn't blasted with the face, if it was merely damaged, everything still makes sense. Everything still makes sense if he didn't go first, you know? If he didn't do that, every single thing still makes sense going in. The bird died because a fire extinguisher was used improperly, and so it's leaking without them knowing it, and so the birds died, and they're about to close the window, and now they're gonna die. It still makes sense. The whole thing where we had to use a fire extinguisher because the guy had asthma, it adds nothing. That's the problem. It's an extra step that adds nothing. It's an extra step that, if you just cut it out, you get the exact same story. You get the exact same story, Hordian. Across 2 games and 4 DLCs so far, because I haven't played the other 2 yet. Across 2 games and 4 DLCs, they finally made a bad puzzle. They finally did it. They finally did what Golden Idol has never done before. And the whole Just Breathe thing, They give you a little breathe in and breathe out 3 times before you're allowed to access the hints. They wanted you calm before they pulled out the bullshit. The previous episode has left me pissed. But this one is a return to form for Golden Idol, so this is kind of fun. This one is okay. This one is nice. They literally just took one step too many in the previous one and dragged out a solved mystery 2 hours more than it had to be. Absolutely pointless, man. We had a fun little puzzle here. And see, this one was fun because we know that this guy died with something that gave him foamy vomit. A goat was experimented on in a way that left it with foamy vomit. And then these two had dinner last night that gave them foamy vomit, but they lived. And then you had this little puzzle here of who sat where, right? Who sat where? Because a few people got sick off their meals and a few people didn't. And so you're trying to figure out, okay, so then which meal got them sick, which meal killed, and there's a bit of misdirection once you realize who exactly sat where. So it wasn't the meal that killed, it was actually something else. This is a fun puzzle that you knew what you had to do, and as you built up the clues and your understanding, the game guides you into misdirection. It guides you into the wrong answer, and you're like, holy shit, it's not actually that. If I look again, there's no way it could have been that. And then you step away from the misdirection and you get the correct answer. That's fun. And then you have this one here, where it's a blankety blank one almost, where you're given a few pieces of grammatical clues, and then you gotta figure out what the rest of the messages are saying. You're not given all these symbols, you're given a few enough that you could start learning. You could start learning by thinking about it. This one is super fun. I like this. And then you had this fucker in the middle, where you solve the mystery in half an hour or an hour of just looking around, picking up clues, and putting the clues together, and then you get stuck on it for 3 more hours because there was a little tiny cockroach inside a whole bag of rice that you didn't see because you already figured out the bag of rice, and you still get rice in the end regardless. Not even cockroach. You have a whole bag of rice, and there was 1 grain of millet. Excuse fucking me for not considering the millet necessary if I'm still getting 3,000 grains of rice in this bowl. I'm still getting the rice. The millet isn't changing anything. It's only 1 grain. Rice with 1 grain of millet or rice with no millet, I still have the same outcome. It fucking hasn't changed anything. So the day's been fun, it's been fun, and then you had this fucker in the middle. And I'm also glad, Hordian, to see that message you left me on Discord where your thing with the Steam account has been solved. That is very good outcome, so I'm happy for that. Oh. But no more of this abortion. We got a good puzzle again. I want to do the good puzzle. Your dedicants must... Okay, I forgot the symbol. Dedicants must not leave. That's maybe temple. Home? Dedicants must not endanger... We have all the words and got all the spots. Because protect, dot makes it endanger, line makes it a must not. Virus must not kill. Oh. Is this we? A we or an us? Harm? No, because that's protect. Protected and dangerous. That's not harm and protect. Fire will not harm you because that'd be the umbrella with a dot over it. You must leave. Temple. Monuments. Koi's temple. Ori's temple. That could be a name then. The triangle and square could be named. Hey.
Do you know where the other one of these is from the popsicle I gave you?
Yeah, it's in the dishwasher.
Oh, I looked in there, I didn't see it. I'll look again.
That's how you can tell that guy doesn't clean up around the kitchen. So these are names then. The Temple of Koi. The Temple of Koi, maybe. First Sentinels only. First Sentinels only. Koi and Ori are both First Sentinel. Because as per the Waterfall proclamations, you could have two First Sentinels. Only Koi and Ori. So with that in mind, there's that symbol there, right? Burn and wash. Fire did not kill. Maybe O with the circle is sentinel. Or O with the circle? O with the line is sentinel. Did not kill is sentinel a word? For sentinel? No. X could be inside temple. Thing inside temple. Sit. Lay. That's fire. Fire did burn the temple. Waterfall did wash the fire. Fire burned nothing. Fire burned you, but did not kill you. Maybe O with the line is specifically Pravi. Because Pravi took the fire test. He never took the fire test, his brother never took the fire test. So let's say that this is saying these three people, It's not a sign saying only these two. It's saying Father and his sons. Father and his sons. Only this Holy Trinity may enter. I just don't know who's Koi and who's Ori. I could guess right now. I'm going to assume that triangle is Koi, because it's talking about how we must go to Koi's temple. You must leave. You must leave that temple, and he must leave that temple. You and Koi together must leave Koi's temple. Yeah, that's all correct. You see, this is a good puzzle. This is a good classic Golden Isle style puzzle, where it gives you a whole bunch of bullshit that you gotta learn and then innovate. So this is Ori must punish sinners. Burn. Dedicants must burn Dedicants' money. Dedicants must not endanger Ori. Dedicants must not leave Ori's temple. And the virus must not kill Ori. See, this one's good. This one is such a breath of fresh air. This DLC so far has been a cool, refreshing bottle of orange. And the Ascension has been the sulfuric shit taste in the middle of your delicious bottle of orange. Fire did burn Pravi, but did not kill Pravi. Waterfall did extinguish. The opposite of burn is extinguish the fire. Fire did burn the temple. And Pavi did enter? Pray inside the temple, maybe. Everything's correct. We got more symbols learned. Pravi did pray inside the temple. Fire did burn the temple. Waterfall did extinguish the fire. Fire did burn Pravi, but did not kill Pravi. We got the symbols learned. The Gospels learned. The monument is understood. And now for the waterfall. You must leave Koi's temple, and Koi must leave Koi's temple. Your dedicants must burn. They must burn Koi's temple. Koi's... Hold on. Koi's dedicants... Okay, not burn in. Your dedicants and Koi's dedicants must burn Koi's temple. Fire will not extinguish you. Will not burn you. It's not an opposite, it's a will not. The fire will not burn you. The waterfall will protect you. The fire will kill your brother. So he's not about to die from CO2 poisoning. He's about to die from righteous fire. 2 or fewer incorrect. Okay. Virus did not kill your father. Your brother did kill your father. You must leave Koi's temple. Because that's leave. Leave is blank blank full. Oh. Leave is blank blank full. Go to. So go to then, because it's opposite. You must enter Koi's temple, and Koi must enter Koi's temple. Your dedicants must burn Koi's temple, Koi's dedicants must burn to Koi's temple. So Koi and Ori will enter Koi's temple, and then dedicants from Koi and Ori will burn the temple. The fire won't burn Ori, the waterfall will protect him, but the fire will kill Koi. They haven't done the fire test, so if they're going to be making, if Koi especially is going to be making waterfall proclamations, he's got to take the test. Ori received a message from the waterfall that revealed Koi's dark secret and instructed him to see that both brothers took part in a deadly ordeal. Oh, there's only one left now. They really had to put that bullshit right in the middle. Oh well. It's been fun so far, so what's one stain on the series? Blasphemers brought to justice, a pair of magicians who spread malicious lies about the Blessed Waterfall, have been executed under new blasphemy laws. Shastai, Danisi, and the Amazing Flying Boy. At a public cinema screening yesterday, husband and wife Shastai and Danisi Akai were overheard questioning the veracity of the miracle that saved Pravi Nagasai. Today, both are found guilty of spreading misinformation before being swiftly beheaded. The ruling and sentencing were given by His Majesty King Lutri Manzek, with guidance from his spiritual advisors, First Sentinels Koi and Ori Nagasai. Lemurians love Lutri. King Lutri's public approval ratings are at an all-time high, thanks largely to his firm religious stance, new polling suggests. So, before we continue to the final episode, looks like the temple has since burned. I am going to grab another BRB, because we had one shitty episode and then one really good one. I need to be freshened up before the final one ends it. Alright. Gave Toasty a snack because he's being very, very vocal despite just having lunch. Let's do this final episode. And then some secret final won't be below, yeah? Blaze of glory, a victor rises from the ashes. And then murders the king soon afterwards. Damn. Oh, there's a secret hatch. They did build this on the hill, so there is actually room below. Their compound's got more buildings around. Hey, look who it is, it's our friend here. Psst, scribe! Take down this message discreetly and have it delivered to King Luchuli at once. Your Highness, I regret to inform you that today's trial has not gone to plan. Our insider could not be found this morning, but we saw no way to halt proceedings without arousing suspicion. Now the trial has ended. The spectators have accepted their new sole first sentinel. Government badge. Approve. Strictly confidential. Advisory report. Trial by ordeal. The Royal Council has reviewed First Sentinel Ori Nagasai's challenge to his brother Koi. Several council members initially raised concern about the possibility of Ori becoming the sole First Sentinel should Koi perish. Without Koi's limiting influence, they argued, Ori's unpredictable nature could render him difficult to control. As First Sentinels are among the few afforded the privilege of holding private counsel with His Majesty, maintaining stability in this role is paramount. The favored party was contacted discreetly to confirm that he had a plan to ensure his survival. His plan satisfies our conditions, and his accomplice has passed our clearance checks. His accomplice was going to be his helper from the shitty episode, isn't it? His accomplice who knows that Koi murdered his father. The favored party is contacted, we have provided the spare for handover. Therefore, His Majesty King Lutri Manzek has authorized a trial by ordeal. Glorious shower? Hope you enjoyed it, Hordian. Copy. These are both copies. Approved. Copy. Strictly confidential. Copy of brother's correspondence provided by Koi. You were always a few rungs short of a full ladder. Why on earth would I accept such a challenge get stuffed? So you admit you could not possibly win? Then you should renounce your title, or have you no shame whatsoever? I've changed my mind. I now realize there is no chance of me losing, so why shouldn't I take this opportunity to double my following? Before long, I'll be living better than ever, off your dedicants' donations. What a pity you won't be around to see it. That settles it. My dedicants and I will show up at your temple on the date given to me by the waterfall. You will receive no advance notice. I don't want you preparing any of your tricks. Even the palace will not know when the trial is to take place until I inform them on the day itself. So dramatic. Fine. I'll be here, ready and waiting. Hang on, Minnie. I'm still struggling to keep up with the victory speech. And before that started, I didn't have time to finish the minutes. My fingers are going to fall off at this rate. Please bear with me. There's no words to fill in for the final one. I'm still not entirely sure what just happened, but I'll do my best to recount everything. This morning, as I prayed in the study, I entered a deep trance and lost all sense of time and space. When my consciousness returned to this earthly plane, I found myself surrounded by fire and smoke, yet I felt no pain. Instead, I heard the voice of our beloved waterfall. It said, "Fear not, child of the universe, for this is your destiny." This experience has given me a whole new perspective on life. As such, Okay, so he's still struggling to keep up with this. The minutes... Master of Ceremonies called the trial to order. Zira Legstoi and Nali Zarati search their participants, shackle them together inside the prayer hall, and return the keys to the Master of Ceremonies. Kansa Rafeli and Tessa Navari, stuck with their new names now, ensured all exits were locked, as well as blocked by at least one follower from each camp. The king's soldiers also assumed their positions. Ania Tranta and Fesralaki handed out Molotov cocktails to all followers from both camps, and saw that they were thrown through every window in unison. The fire was allowed to rage for several hours, until it finally died down by itself. Victory declared as such. And just making sure there's nothing for clicking the people themselves that always trips me up. How can this be? We cannot deny the Blessed Waterfall's choice. It truly is a miracle. 2 small keys. First Sentinel Ore Nagasai has challenged his brother, First Sentinel Koi Nagasai, to a trial by ordeal. Koi has accepted the challenge. Both men will be locked inside Koi's temple, shackled to one another with the hands and feet. The building will be set ablaze by their dedicants who will guard all possible exits, alongside soldiers from King Lutri Manzek's royal army. The Blessed Waterfall will surely protect he who was worthy of his position, leaving he who was undeserving to perish. Prior to today's trial, Ori and Koi Nagasai choose their respective overseers as follows. Restraints, Zira Legstoi for Ori, and Jamati Pira for Koi. Exitway, Kansarafeli for Ori, Tessa Navari for Koi, Ignition, Ania Tranta for Ori, and Fesralaki for Koi. So Ori's kept pretty much all of his father's old guards. Koi took the scribe with him, and the scribe died for his loyalty. Restraint overseers to secure the shackles. Exitway overseers to ensure all exits blocked. Add ignition overseers to start the fires. Tessa was all in her belief in her guru, which you now know as Koi. So she could have snuck him out somehow. We do have a trap door here. One guy is crushed. His hands are burned trying to access the valve. Try to access the handle to open it. Somebody actually did get down there, though. You think perhaps that Koi survived through trickery. He managed to get in and seal himself down here before the fires got too bad. There are some burn marks. And then calmly waited in here until the fire was done. Spiritual and elegant. First Sentinel Koi Nagasai says, "Aestheticism need not be austere." Then how is it aestheticism? Famous symbol of Koi? Oh. Yeah. I should have guessed who they were by the symbols on their foreheads. But I was still able to solve the prior puzzle simply using the clues and context given to me in the grammar. Palladium necklace. Palladium jewelry is more expensive than platinum because it's harder to make. Hand-woven mantle decorated with traditional Lemurian pattern. Black pearl bracelet once belonged to Lankan Raja family. Silk garment. Custom made in Louis Bernard Fashion House. 7-headed serpent tattoo circling palm and back of right hand. Donated to Koi's charitable foundation. And get one signed Get one as a sign of your generosity. Model 40 H23 Platinum Watch from Brott Simmons' latest collection. Koi Nagasai has a 7-headed serpent tattoo. These hands very clearly lack the 7-headed serpent tattoo after he was given assurances. Given assurances by the waterfall's instruction. The fire will not burn you, the waterfall will protect you, the fire will kill your brother. He's got clear hands and no tattoos. Koi Nagasai, cheating his way out of the fire's cleansing nature. Out of the fire's cleansing, whatever. Wait, no tattoo, no tattoo. Maybe it's a painted on tattoo. This experience has given me a whole new perspective on life. As such, my first act will be to put an end to donation and punishment. After that, I would like to live out the rest of my days in solitude, though I will always be with you in spirit. A small key. They both lack the coil tattoo. It goes around his hand and wrist, circling the palm and back of the right hand. That's the right hand. Circling the palm means we should be able to see it here. But we don't. Oh, we don't see the right hand here, though. It's supposed to be circling the palm and the back of the right hand. It's still fucking ambiguous. Peggy Hill, what have you got to say for yourself? To think they nearly left you in there. You're coming with me. You can see the ventilation exhaust things here, the ventilation stacks for his bunker. Secure shackles to each other, block the exit ways, ignite. They got 2 small keys here. So the key was to undo his own shackles then. But what's this belt? Because the shackles are in metal. Oh, just that. The secret room with the forklift. What else am I missing or having not touched? What spots do I not have yet? Do I gotta click on things individually here? I have barely any spots. I got half more to go. That's a very wide box over there. The fire extinguishers are all full, so they were indeed allowing the fire to exhaust itself. Oh, I think I see. So, Koi gets blue, and Ori gets orange then, right? Is that to say then? Blue in metal? Orange? Just a leather strap? Shows your respective overseers as follows. Shackled to each other by the hands and feet, buildings set ablaze by their dedicants, guard all exits. What are the remaining missing bits? There's not... Okay, maybe this is a solve this one, and there's still 3 more things after. The other bits probably unlock as I solve this then. Ori Nagasai challenged Koi Nagasai to trial by ordeal. Koi accepted, thinking he could win if he entered a bunker if he unlocked a bunker? No. If he received a key from someone, unlocked his shackles with it, and then entered a bunker. But before proceedings began, Zira Legstoy and Nali Zarati searched the participants and shackled them together inside the prayer hall and returned the keys to the Master of Ceremonies. So you're the Master of Ceremonies and you have 2 keys. If the restraint overseers are allowed to search the participants, that's down to how honest the overseers are. They could choose to slip something in there and say, no, it's good. They could choose to ignore something in there and say, no, it's good. So Jamati Pira would have been, yeah, see? The guy from the previous. If he received a key from Jamati Pira, unlocked his shackles, and entered a bunker. For Sentinel is among the few afforded the privilege of holding private counsel of the Majesty, maintains stability of this role as paramount. Favored party was contacted discreetly to confirm he had a plan to ensure his survival. The plan satisfies our conditions. His accomplice has passed our clearance test checks. That's Jamati. Provided the spare key for handover. So Jamati was supposed to provide the key. Jamati was supposed to give the key to Koi, but as we know from the really shitty chapter, that dragged on too long because even after you solve the puzzle, they want you to guess what brand shoe they wear. He already knew that Koi had murdered his father. So I think that Jamati here is a double agent. Before the proceedings began, Jamati This is burnt, yeah? That's evident. I just figured it burned as part of the escape. But maybe the belt was latched between here and here. Latched to the handle to keep it from being able to open. And that's why this guy wasn't able to open this and escape. Before the proceedings began, Ori Nagasai entered the bunker and then locked it with a belt. As a result, only Ori survived. 2 or fewer incorrect. Don't tell me Koi survived. Thank goodness that's not the right one. So I got something wrong then. If he received a key from Jamati Pira, because he's the restraints overseer, a plan to ensure his survival, satisfies our condition, accomplice passed our clearance checks, provided the spare for handover, the spare key, it's a small key, 1212, it's the same copy of the key as this one here. So what do I have wrong? This is supposed to be the hint here that Koi has a tattoo around his palm. But neither of them appears to have tattoos on their right palm. This guy just got burn marks from trying to grasp this. Still has flesh attached even. And his right hand is over there, but you can't really see anything coiling around his palm either, towards the back. He gets shadow on the palm itself. He's gripping the key tightly. Ori did challenge Koi. Koi did accept. Restraint Overseers, Jamati. There's no way for Tessa or Fess to have helped him out at this point. First Sentinel Ori has challenged Koi. Koi accepted. That's right there, it's in black and white. Our insider could not be found this morning. Our insider could not be found this morning. What if the real secret here? Where's my words? Where's my words? Oh, they're below. What if Jamati Pira entered the bunker and then locked it, and then Jamati is the only survivor? Neither of the Nagasai kids survived. Both the one blessed by the waterfall and the pretender. Oh no. Koi really has a sick mind, choosing this of all places. There's mushrooms in his eyes. Although I suppose no one would ever disturb the sacred ground here. Hang on a second. Need this when you get here, dispose of this. That is the code. Somehow, this, when coded correctly, becomes that. The diary, he's got the keys still. The mushrooms are glowing behind the waterfall too. There's a cave behind the waterfall. Events chronologically. Lutri's murder's the last one. So, we have Pravi's murder is what sets up these two boys becoming dual first sentinels. Gresto's burial is a little bit afterwards. It's the same night as a miracle. Ori gets a revelation and then challenges his brother. Trial by fire begins. The question becomes... Well, no, there are still two brothers. The cinema screening was before the trial. Prati's murder, we established the two brothers are acting as dual first sentinels. There's a miracle, guy gets murdered and buried, Ori's revelation, do the trial, and then afterwards, when this guy is a sole survivor, having usurped the position of first sentinel, then the king is murdered. If we go all the way back here even, we could see he's got the same exact pose and stance too. One hand out, the right hand in. You still don't see any coiling snake tattoos around his hand. Miracle at the waterfall. Suddenly the fire rages through the temple. Oh no. Will Pravi survive? But then a mighty wind howls from the east, the blessed waterfall is redirected. A miracle, Pravi is saved. The prophecy is fulfilled, a first sentinel is reborn. Could this really have been the result of a miracle win like they say? Something about the footage seems off. To honor the death of First Sentinel Pravi Nagasai, the classic Miracle of the Waterfall will be showing all week at the Lagoon Theater. Witness the first miracle to ever be captured on film. Real footage of the divine moment that gave rise to the first true Sentinel. An ancient prophecy fulfilled. After the inferno, only one shall rise, bearing the mark of the universe. So if there's a cave behind the waterfall, and if the government wants to control who is first Sentinel, maybe it was. Would also explain the water's trajectory. If only we had a better viewing angle. Hello, darling. Thank you for those wonderful photographs. What a handsome young man my grandson has become. How lucky he is to have inherited such a strong set of features from you and Shastai. Give love to the family, Daddy. They're overheard. How dare they doubt the blessed waterfall in public? As soon as this ends, I'll be reporting them to King Lutri's purity guards. Okay. So, maybe Jamati was chosen by the waterfall. After all, Jamati knew what to hide in the bunker because the waterfall told Jamati the trial date. Motivated. Wait. This is what it all comes down to in the end. Because the cinema screening, and thus the deaths of these two people, were so long ago. Then the miracle happens, the burial. So, this guy over here, are you telling me he's the amazing flying boy? He's getting revenge for his parents being killed by the king's purity laws. He's inherited his parents' features. His mom's nose, his dad's glasses. It is him. Motivated by revenge, his final goal, which achieved, was to kill King Lutri Manzek. Did his boss on the trial date? Did Ori tell him the trial date? Pumping some air pressure. If only I can go behind the waterfall. They're not kidding about if only we had a better angle. provided the spare. Dedicates and I will show up at your temple on the date given to me by the waterfall. You receive no advance notice. No preparing any tricks. Even the palace will not know when the trial is to take place until I inform them on the day itself. On the day itself. So we could have been told, day of, that these guys are going to come over. And then he's provided the key to give to Koi. Koi told the trial date. I still got 2 or fewer incorrect. Okay. So, if moving Ori Nagasai out of here, that gets an incorrect there. So this one is wrong somehow, because that one doesn't get anything else swapped out. And that's also wrong. So it's all about Jamati knew because someone told somebody else. Because Koi told his brother, because Ori told his brother. He didn't until the day of. Well, he didn't tell his brother because he just showed up. He told the palace, though. We could test this by switching something else out to become... Well, that is a shame, I think, because we don't have this or that. You went ahead of the bunker because... We had the communique, though. Don't want you preparing. Even the palace will not know when the trial is to take place until I inform them on the day itself. You will receive no advance notice. Will show up to the temple on the date given. So when it comes to who was told the trial date, this is correct because that gives us 2 or fewer incorrect. So Jamati Pira couldn't be found Our insider could not be found this morning, but saw no way to halt the proceedings without arousing suspicion. So he hid before the event even occurred. The waterfall totem? Surely. The secret room in the waterfall totem. The first sentinel totem. The waterfall told the first sentinel, and he is now the first sentinel. The golden idol is over here. It's not even the real golden idol, doesn't matter. Prophecy. Revenge. The waterfall didn't tell him. Ori didn't tell him. Ori could have told the king, but that doesn't matter. Miracle at the Waterfall explains what the motivation is. It ties back to the performers. She's also got blonde hair, so he could have inherited that. He grows his blonde hair back out, people assume he's one of Pravi's kids. He sees the mushrooms. He's still got the diary. He sees the mushrooms glowing. So how did he know? How did he know the day of? When Ori made it quite clear that he wasn't going to tell his brother, and he was only going to tell the palace the day of. Tell the palace, and then bus all of our dedicants over. No advance notice from Ori. Outsider cannot be found this morning. They didn't have a telephone though. So maybe when the palace was informed, the palace informed Koi. Or the palace informed the Rinside man. So revenge is right. That's right. Gotta kill the king afterwards. So it's down to just these two. Jamati Pira knew when to hide. Because someone told someone the trial date. And it's not that the waterfall told him. So this somehow becomes a 1. Pull the line down. And then this one somehow becomes a 5. That becomes a 9. And that becomes a 4. I'll take your word for it. He sees the mushrooms. I see that he sees the mushrooms. So he sees the mushrooms. And then something happens inside here. We see the mushrooms. In the daytime too, they simply do not glow. But you can see the cave too. Is the cave there? The inside of here. So maybe he saw the glow of the mushrooms reveal that there was a path inside the waterfall. And he then overheard from Koi telling his dedicants, or from Ori telling his dedicants. Dedicants isn't an option though. In fact, the revelation had not happened yet. The miracle, the murder, he buries a body. He sees the glow of the mushrooms. And then after that is when the waterfall tells Ori to burn everything. Wait a minute. He says, oh shit, what's this? Hang on a second, he sees something behind the waterfall. I have it backwards. Jamati knew to hide in the bunker because Jamati told Ori. The whole prophecy he was given here in the first place. This whole waterfall prophecy was Jamati's doing. I have heard your words, recorded them faithfully, relayed them to my dedicants immediately. It shall be done on the date you have given me. Jamati figured something out here. And gave the command to go to Koi's temple, and Koi must go to Koi's temple, and both your dedicants must burn Koi's temple. The fire won't burn you, it'll protect you, but it will kill your brother. He had the diary, so he knew that Koi was a true killer. Oh, I was not expecting that outcome, that twist. I mean, Jamati may be taking advantage of the trial, sure. I didn't think he was a mastermind. Jamati Pira wanted to kill Lutri Manzek and both of the first Sentinels. Because together they had ordered that his parents Shastai Akai, and who's the other one? Danizi Akai be executed. Jamati Pira was able to access the waterfall because Koi gave him the password, the code, so that Gresto Nozi's body could be buried there. If Koi wasn't such a wicked man, then Jamati Pira wouldn't have access in the first place. Later, Jamati Pira returned and spoke to Ori Nagasai from above the waterfall. Above or behind. Maybe whatever he found in there. I'm gonna say from behind the waterfall. Ordering him to a trial by ordeal. Before the trial began, Jamati Pira locked himself inside the bunker, leaving both the first Sentinels to die. All this led to Jamati Pira being appointed. They turned it into a prophecy, so it fulfilled the prophecy. Appointed first Sentinel, giving him access to King Lutri Manzek. Solved the Blaze of Glory scenario, Lemurian Phoenix completed the Lemurian Phoenix story. Apart from that really shitty one bit, where there was an extra detail that wasn't even necessary, that holds up the entire thing. If it wasn't for that, this would be a pretty quick and simple one, and pretty fun. After his parents' execution, Jamati Pira sought revenge against King Lutri Manzek and his two first Sentinels, Ori and Koi Nagasai. He joined Koi's following with the aim of obtaining intelligence and access. Before long, he had gained Koi's trust by using his knowledge of magic to devise ways for Koi to perform miracles. From there, he bided his time and used his proximity to Koi to uncover more useful information. After Koi gave Jamati access to the waterfall, Jamati spotted the cave behind it. Seeing an opportunity, he formulated his plan. And that's that. To the airfield, Anya. Goodbye, Lemuria. I will never forget. The sign of the universe. It's the flag symbol. Instead of being the flag symbol, it was merely the burn mark of the hot handle to the bunker hatch. Man does all this to get close to the king and kill him, and then leaves. Meanwhile in Albion, look what I found over here, Oriole, the golden idol. Uh-huh, now turn it over. What? Why? Made in Lanka. A packet of peanuts, please, barkeep. So, Tessa continues to be a running theme. Even with the previous DLC, she shows up in the end. Where was that ending video? Yeah, shows up in the end here when these two end up in the same prison. So maybe she's gonna follow through to the end, who's to say? Maybe there is an overarching narrative to the DLCs in the same way that the DLCs for the first game showed us more of the events that brought the Golden Idol to Albion Shores. Or maybe these are simply going to be snippets and vignettes of stories. One follow-up to the game, a prequel to immediate events. Age of Restraint, I can only imagine, is going to be in the Age of Restraint. Maybe we're going to see Echo Secunda in the flesh. And then Q3 2025. Looking at the release dates for the DLCs, they have been like a couple of months apart. So September's a possibility. September's coming up. But I think when it comes to the Age of Restraint, I think instead of doing what we did for the previous ones, where we finished the main game and then started Sins of New Wells, and the next day we finished Sins of New Wells, and then start the Lemurian Phoenix. Instead of starting Age of Restraint now, and then finishing the rest tomorrow, I think what I'll do is call the stream here for now. And then we'll give Age of Restraint a whole entire Friday to finish it. That sounds like a good plan to me. And so if we do it that way, who do we have online to raid today? If we did wait an hour extra, we could raid Macaw. Stream still as normal for him. Instead, who have we got online right now? Not all too many for my own follows. It looks like everyone's taking the day off today. And nobody else is streaming Rise of the Golden Idol right now either. And there's not even anybody streaming Case of the Golden Idol right now. Huh. Huh. Well, that limits my options then. Very few people from my followed channels to raid into. Nobody playing this game or the other to raid into. So I guess we'll simply call it here for today then, folks. Thank you all for watching. We'll begin Age of Restraint tomorrow. Golden Idol 2 has been excellent. Sins of New Wells was excellent. Lemurian Phoenix was enjoyable, with the exception of one really unnecessary part that dragged a bit of it down. But it recovered by the end. Lemurian Phoenix feels like it was definitely more of a bite-sized adventure. It definitely wasn't as twisty. So we'll see what Age of Restraint brings to us then. Maybe Lemurian Phoenix was a bit of a little break episode. Before things get heavy again, we'll find out tomorrow. For now, folks, thank you for hanging out. You all enjoy the rest of your day, the rest of your night. You all take care of each other. And I'll see you guys next time. Take care.
Tsuki no showerを優しく浴びるとさよならの痛みも消えてゆくよああ思い切り今日生きたやつにはもっと大きな明日がきっと来るのさTomorrow 走ろう新しく Tomorrow 輝こう強く